Good afternoon, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here in the home weather office with a detailed update, the latest detailed update on major Hurricane Beryl as it barrels across the deep tropics here, moving into the Windward Islands in the next 24 or so hours, as it is now a formidable hurricane. We're also going to have to briefly, we're not going to talk much about 94L. Hard to believe it's still an invest. It's been drifting along here, now impacting the southern portion there of actually no longer 94L. It's actually tropical depression number 3, that is. And then we're going to soon get our next named storm, perhaps Debbie, that is on our list of D-name storm this hurricane season. So a very active Atlantic hurricane season really continues as of this update. This is a closer zoomed in view on the Channel 16 visible satellite imagery in regards to how strong and how organized Beryl has become since yesterday's live discussion. But by the way, this is going to be a much longer live stream, possibly an 8-hour live stream, folks. So we're going to be here a long time tracking this, not only with a current update now, but we're actually going to be looking at Recon data as it comes out. So, of course, Beryl has a very intense, formidable, clear eye about 10 nautical miles wide. So from end to end, it's about 10 miles wide. And this is continuing to move off towards the west-northwest or 280 degrees at around 17 to 18 miles an hour. And look at the last few frames here, some very deep convection really firing up on the eastern side. Some of that is wrapping all the way around the northern and western sides of the system. If we actually go back to earlier, if we're able to bring up a morning imagery on Beryl, let's actually take a look at that. This thing was very, very intense, perhaps a little stronger than what I thought it was going to end up being. So if we actually go back and look at that, let's rewind this. This is data is loading in, and it's taking a little while to load that in, so let me reload it. Here we go. So we can see really that eye clearing out pretty quickly, and that eye still remains a little shorter, which may indicate that an eyewall replacement cycle might be trying to attempt to develop here. It's going to be hard to say until we get the tail Doppler radar mission into the system in the next hour, and then a teal mission, which is a C-130 aircraft, will be able to fly into the system to better assess the current structure and intensity of Beryl, as it remains a very intense system. Looking at the IR satellite imagery, the system is more asymmetrical than it was this morning. We can see clearly why that is, possibly due to some easterly wind shear. We should not be dealing with easterly shear now. This should have relaxed, but sometimes the systems do feel even the littlest amounts of shear because of how small they are. And so we can see that the deeper red colors here are actually more expansive off towards the west and the northwest quadrants, versus on the southeastern side, we have a more restriction of that cloud cover. And it does appear even the outflow here is more restricted as well, indicating there is some easterly shear, even northeasterly shear of about 10 knots over the system right now. But that should be abating once this system continues to move off into the Windward Islands. And this still has a possibility of rapidly intensifying, as what I'm about to show you from the National Hurricane Center. We did not only get some help from our satellite data or from our wind barbs from, let me bring that up, from our hurricane aircraft, but we got a pretty good picture of the structure. We're going to get one of these images in the next hour or so. Once the tail Doppler radar, the P3 Orion, Miss Piggy, I think it's Miss Piggy, and it's Kermit, one of those two planes are going to fly into the system again, and they're on their way out into the system as we speak, and so we'll bring you some of that data. But this morning, we had a huge expansive hurricane force wind field here, pretty not very large, but you can see where that purple area is. Even on the southern side, we had hurricane force winds. And of course, on the northern side, we had winds here of about 125 knots. Actually, this is about 2 kilometers above the surface. So this is about almost 3,000 to 4,000 feet, but you get the idea. Very intense wind field, and we can see the radar here showing us that. And remember how I was telling you all that we won't have radar data available, but we will so from our Recon data. The best we can get in tonight's or this afternoon's update on Beryl. So another way we can see this is there's different missions that they conduct. So that's one of them. And here's a what we call an alpha pattern mission when they fly through the system and they conduct some of these data sets. And we can see one of those data sets indicating that winds here are very intense, over 110 knots. And even on this imagery, even at the surface, we're seeing perhaps 125 knot wind maximum. So that's why the NHC went ahead and increased that to about actually 119 to be specific, which is why they went 115 knots in their last update. So now we only looked at one slice, which is a two-dimensional view of the system. But what about another way to look at this is on the top to bottom axis. And so we can see what the vortex looks like. So anything in 0 here is the exact center. So we're looking out and we're finding if there's any wind maximum potential in Eyewall replacement cycle trying to develop. And this down here is in nautical miles. So we're looking at 40, 80, 120 nautical miles, and even 160 nautical miles. And so right here in this imagery, we have hurricane force winds, a very strong vortex that is very well stacked. It's not tilted at all. And we're seeing that even on what appears to be, that would be the northern side, I'm guessing, the northern side and the southern side of the circulation. Either way, this is a very intense system by all means. And by the way, hurricane force winds here do extend as much as 12 kilometers up into the atmosphere. So that's a very tall vortex, relatively speaking, and that's why this system is producing some very deep convection. So something really cool to look at here on the imagery, showing you all just how intense this system is. So right now, like I said, we are getting new data. So this is the NOAA 2 mission that is currently en route to fly into the system, and they're already finding tropical storm force winds, so that's something to keep an eye on. And we also have another mission. This is the Teal Air Force mission, the C-130. They're also out into that. So they're going to be out there for a few hours conducting some assessments on the intensity of how strong that is. Okay, I by accidentally clicked on Depression 3, which again could become Chris. If that becomes Chris, this over here will become Debbie. So we're going to have Beryl, Chris, and maybe Debbie to look forward to for early July. So let's now click on, let's go to their discussion. Actually, let's go to their public advisory so we can read at how strong this actually is. It could be a little stronger, it could be a little weaker. We'll have to wait and see what the plane finds. But as of the 5 o'clock advisory, winds are 130 miles an hour. It is about 250 miles to the southeast of Barbados and about 350 miles to the east-southeast of St. Vincent. So this is within about 24 hours of striking some of these islands. Probably even sooner than that. Could be even in the next 18 hours. And it is moving to the west-northwest at 18 miles an hour. And look at this pressure, 960 millibars, really low from just yesterday when it was at about 986 millibars. So a huge drop in pressure. So let's go to now the cone of uncertainty here in regards to how strong or where this is actually going to end up going. And from the National Hurricane Center, that is, let me make sure I got the correct screen sector. This is probably the best one. So hurricane warnings are up for Tobago, for Barbados, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, including for St. Lucia there under a hurricane warning. That's because this is going to be a very intense hurricane once it passes. a major hurricane Category 4 force winds with 145 miles an hour potentially as this crosses the islands. That's a high end, almost a high end Category 4 hurricane. And for some stats on this system, this makes Beryl the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic in the month of June. Okay, not the strongest at all in the Atlantic hurricane season ever, but this is the strongest for the month that we're in. We're in June. This is stronger than Audrey, I think it is, Audrey in 1933. So just for some stats, folks, that this is a highly unusual situation. We got tropical storm watches out for the Haitian Peninsula, which I expected that to get issued in today's update because of how close this is going to get. You can follow the tropical storm force winds kind of along this path, and it really makes sense that they did issue watches. It will be issued very soon for Jamaica. Hurricane watches perhaps could be issued there within the next 12 to 24 hours as this continues to move off in the general direction. And then keep in mind, this is going to be very close to a major hurricane intensity on arrival to Jamaica, possibly in the books of about a high-end Category 2 or a low-end Category 3 hurricane, according to the NHC. And then a hurricane, even when it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula, perhaps, and then it comes down to a tropical storm once it pops off or pops out on the other side of the Yucatan into the Gulf of Mexico. So this is going to be one of those systems that we're going to be tracking for a while. For another 5, perhaps another 7 days, we can be looking at this. Actually, 1957. Sorry if I got that date wrong. 1933, sorry if I misread that, but 1957, it makes perfect sense. But either way, making history here in the Western Main Development Region. So the key messages for Beryl are as follows. Beryl is expected to remain an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane when it reaches the Windward Islands. This is a very dangerous situation, and residents in these areas should listen to local government and emergency management officials for any preparedness and or for evacuation orders. All preparations should be rushed to completion today. And what really sticks out from the National Hurricane Center, and again, this is straight from the NHC, folks. This is not hype casting. Look at point number 2. A potentially catastrophic hurricane force wind ring, a life-threatening storm surge, damaging waves are expected when Beryl passes over portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada beginning early Monday morning. Hurricane warnings are in effect for much of the Windward Islands. So if you're under a hurricane warning, you need to get prepared to evacuate if necessary. Follow your local officials for evacuation or notices or routes to do, because this is coming upon you guys. By tomorrow morning when you wake up, you're probably going to have catastrophic damage. Houses down, power lines down. This is not a situation you want to be staying behind and waiting this out. This is a big situation for some of these islands. All right, number 3, heavy rainfall and localized flooding are expected across the Windward Islands through Monday. Beryl is expected to remain a very powerful, damaging, catastrophic hurricane as it moves across the eastern Caribbean into the central Caribbean later this week. A tropical storm watch has been issued for portions of the southern coast of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Interests elsewhere in Hispaniola, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and the remainder of the northwestern Caribbean need to monitor the progress of this system, because yes, this is hitting the Windward Islands tonight, but it doesn't end there. It's on its way of possibly making a direct impact on Jamaica. We'll be looking at the H-Wharf model here in a little bit to clearly state my opinion on that, because that could be a big problem. The earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds as follows. Again, still slated for Monday morning, those tropical storm force winds. This is local time. This is not Pacific Daylight Time. This would be about late tonight. This would be about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, my time. And if necessary, we will be live streaming this as this remains a threat. Again, we're doing some live coverage / updating you all here on the channel. So that's why it's going to end up being more than 2 hours. And then this gets into Jamaica by the time we go into Wednesday morning, Tuesday night perhaps. And look at the chances there of tropical storm force winds nearing 90%. So that means it doesn't surprise me. Even by tonight, there could be tropical storm watches out for Jamaica. Those could turn into hurricane watches eventually, or maybe a hurricane watch and then a hurricane warning thereafter. And of course, there is a 30 to 40% chance of tropical storm force winds for the Yucatan of Mexico. So this is a pretty highly impactful event. Look at even Puerto Rico's in a non-zero chance of tropical storm force winds out of this. So this is impacting a lot of people. Now, when we take a look at our latest wind field, the areas in orange indicate tropical storm force winds. Areas in red or maroon indicates hurricane force winds. And anything here in red, that is hurricane warnings. This is the most serious warning you can get from the National Hurricane Center. And then to the north over Martinique, that is, there is a tropical storm warning. And then down here, Dominica, or to the north there, under a tropical storm watch. And then Trinidad. I'm not talking about Tobago here. Trinidad is a separate island than Tobago. You're under a tropical storm watch. So I will name these islands down and I'm going to circle them in. If you are on Barbados, let me make that ring a little thinner. So if you're on Barbados, if you're on Tobago, if you are on St. Lucia, if you're on Grenada down here, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, these islands, you need to be ready to evacuate according to your local officials and authorities. All right, do not wait to out or just to stay behind, because storm surge, catastrophic flooding, and winds will impact some of these islands within or close proximity to the hurricane watch. The best thing I can tell you all is to do that. I cannot say you need to evacuate. You have to follow your local officials, because if I tell you guys to evacuate, that's not the official notice from your local officials. Listen to them. They know what they're talking about, okay? Hurricane Beryl total rainfall. Big rain producer storm. Even that it's going to be gliding along. Some of these areas, look at this. The Grenadines here, some of these islands could see a foot of rainfall. A foot. We're not talking an inch here or a couple of inches. We're talking a foot of rainfall as the core of the hurricane passes overhead Barbados. Okay, it is very hard to see here, but there are some portions on the leeward side of the island. You might see only a 2 to 4 inches, but on the windward side, when you get the orographic effects due to upslope flow, you could see 8 to perhaps even a foot of rainfall. St. Lucia, on that island, you might see up to 6 inches of rainfall. And yes, you may not get tropical storm-like conditions or winds, but you're going to get a lot of rainfall on Dominica and Guadeloupe. You may see up to 4 inches of rainfall with this hurricane. Now, this whole area hatched from the National Hurricane Center for the Dominican Republic has low confidence at this time. The confidence for that is not very high, so just keep that in mind right now. This could range from only being maybe a couple of inches of rain over the Haitian Peninsula near Haiti to as much as possibly 8 inches, depending on exactly where this hurricane passes over. It being the center will be where you get the most rainfall out of this, because this is, again, a very compact system. Typically, do I rarely say this? You're going to have to focus more on the center than the surroundings. Not that you should ignore that, but most of the heaviest rainfall, the strongest winds, the storm surge, the high surf will be in that compact of that tropical storm wind field and that hurricane force wind field. And again, I cannot stress enough. Some of these areas here could see a foot of rainfall. Yeah, a foot. Not a few inches, all right? So I cannot stress that enough. For some of the windward islands, as this passes through late tonight all the way through tomorrow afternoon. So looking at the GFS model, so there are other aspects to just looking at the NHC that we want to look at. We want to look at our global computer models. This is the GFS, or the Global Forecasting System. So this is ran 4 times a day and produces numerical forecasts out to, say, 16 and a half days. And what we have in today's run is that the GFS does indicate that the system, it's not showing the system very well now. It did have it before as a formidable hurricane down to 960. Now its current analysis in the next 24 hours as it passes over these islands is 980 millibars. It's going to be a lot stronger than that. And then once this gets into the Central Caribbean, could remain a very intense hurricane, 950 to 960 millibars, 980 millibars. And then by the time it gets into Jamaica, we will be looking at our H-WRF model, a more high-resolution model, a meso model, looking at exactly who's going to get the worst impacts on that on Jamaica in just a second. But this is Wednesday, early afternoon on July the 3rd. You can be getting a swath of rain, but take note too, lots of the rainfall is going to fall on the eastern side because there is going to be some shear that is still forecasted on the GFS model. When you look at the shear, we can see again this PV streamer, what we call a PVU streamer, which is kind of an area of vorticity in the upper levels. So we can see shear doing this out of the northeast, and it kind of curls around because we look at our 355 potential vorticity plot. We can see here is a PVU streamer right in here. Here's another one of those streamers, and kind of on the between these is basically where we have that shear. But it is very important to know just how intense or how much stronger can Beryl get in the next 24 to even 36 hour will be very important on its fate of future as it crosses possibly a somewhat not a very ideal environment that fosters a maintain of a major hurricane once it gets into the northwestern Caribbean. And the reason why for that is if we go back at the GFS model, again, the potential vorticity plot, the PVU streamer plot as well, simply into simple words to help you all easily understand here. The blue colors indicate anticyclonic or negative vorticity, potential vorticity, which is anticyclonic. So this is essentially the ballooning of outflow in the upper troposphere of the atmosphere. When we get these orange colors, there's usually more positive upper level vorticity PVU energy that is located. And usually between these two air masses, we usually get southwesterly shear on top of the system. And since the system is actually moving this direction and we get flow out of the southwesterly direction, that actually equates to more westerly shear over the system. So once we go forward, you can see just how resilient and how much of this outflow is able to shunt a lot of the PVU. And sometimes hurricanes like this can actually pinch off, or what we call decouple or decapitate some of these PVU upper level tropospheric troughs, or TUTs for short, and actually could make things otherwise more favorable for the system. That explains why there's a lot of uncertainty in the intensity forecast once this gets into the Central Caribbean by Tuesday night into Wednesday, of how much of effect of this outflow can actually shunt this trough away. Because remember, anything in blue here is literally anticyclonic upper level tropospheric flow around our hurricane as it breathes out. Remember, after all, hurricanes are a heat generation engine, so they rely on, one, very little shear, and two, a well-established column of warm air in the troposphere above the eye to able to breathe out. Remember, warm air rises, but it could only go so high, and so the I think I froze there for a second. So hold on a second. So sorry about that. Still having some sound card issues. So as we go forward here, you can see no one's gonna help me on Discord today to live stream like yesterday because I'm still having those sound card issues. I'm probably gonna have to take my computer in hopefully soon to see why that is. But on the side note of that, away from the computer we go. We can see this ballooning, this anticyclonic flow. But now this could impact our second system as we get that what we call down shear side. So as the air actually moves out and exhausts, it could actually shear off our second system, which explains why our second system may not do as well as our first system as it moves across the deep tropics. So now that we look at the GFS, actually, let me look at one more parameter on the GFS. So we're going to look actually at the 500 millibar vorticity plot. So now the question is, where is this going to head? And a lot of you are probably asking that in the chat. Is for right now, we have this ridge to the north. We can see the height here. So easterly flow is pushing this right along nicely. So there's good confidence in that forecast. We have another ridge that develops over Texas, and this ridge is going to be moving over towards the southeastern U.S. in the next 3 to 4 days. And as that occurs, the reason why the system is able to gain latitude a little quicker briefly, only to move west again, is because there's a weakness in the ridge. Remember, hurricanes want to find the least resistant alleyway to escape the tropics since it's a heat-driven engine. And so you can see a ridge here, and there's another ridge over here. And so there is a weakness here, but probably not enough to at least bring this to the north. It doesn't seem to happen in today's model runs. Instead, this ridge is actually able to build over the southeast, and then the system, once it gains a little bit of latitude, it's actually going to bend back potentially towards the west. And you can see how that all evolves nicely here on the GFS. But there's a lot of discontinuity between and a lot of ambiguities on how this steering flow to the north will evolve. Because again, if this ridge is a little stronger, then the system might end up not only moving a little faster to the west, but it might be a little more south, and say it might hit, say, portions here of Cozumel, as well as, say, even Playa del Carmen in Mexico, versus if the ridge to the north here is a little weaker, because of this cutoff trough here that might erode that ridge to some extent, this might be able to turn a little north and may hit more like, say, portions there of, say, southern Texas. Wow, I drew that arrow just perfectly. Give me a round of applause on that. So that's what we're watching. Still, I wish I got some light to the end of the tunnel on exactly where this is going to go. There's a lot of uncertainty at days 4 and 5. So now to our hurricane models. This is a hurricane train model, which actually looks at how intense this could actually end up becoming. So this is the HWRF on Beryl. He's rendered about 3 times a day or 4 times a day, and they're released, or they're created from the National Hurricane Center, hence from NOAA and the National Weather Service. And so we can see here by this afternoon, there is Barbados right on the top right of the screen. Yep, there is Barbados, little island. And this is going to supposedly intensify. And it's right now, it is a reminder, it is at 960 millibars now. So it is stronger still than what the HWRF actually shows us. And then again, how much stronger could this get is still to be seen, because hard to predict eyewall replacement cycles could lead to some fluctuations in the intensity of Beryl. But we can see here on this model, tropical storm force winds do impact Barbados. Still, yes, even so, hurricane force winds do not impact Barbados. Still going to bring a lot of high surf and some coastal flooding and some heavy rainfall to that area. And then here it comes. This is just to the north of Grenada by 15Z Monday. So this is roughly about 10 or 11 in the morning for St. Vincent and Grenadine time. And then here is St. Lucia. St. Lucia is up here. Let me make sure I got that right. There are a lot of islands here. Yep. I got it correctly. So there is St. Lucia, and here is St. Vincent down here. We can see where our system is. That's a compact system. Hard to believe that this could be a catastrophic hurricane, and yet we could barely, you all there on St. Vincent might spare or spar any hurricane force winds. Now, the higher mountaintops here could get hurricane force winds, but some of the lower elevations here might only get high-end tropical storm force winds. But it is a very delicate situation. If we look at the previous run from 06Z run, we can see that it looked like Grenada was going to get some hurricane force winds. In this latest model cycle, it looks like now that has strengthened a little bit on this run, and it's a little bit to the north. So going forward here, as we move, kind of fast forward this, we can see that this is the worst case scenario. So how we talked about on the GFS, how it might remain a hurricane, at least that's what most of the models at least indicate for the next couple of days. And that seems to be true on the H-Wharf, indicating that we could still be looking at a formidable hurricane here over the open waters of the Caribbean. Please note 124, 125 knots. That is a mid-grade category 4 hurricane with 140, 150 mile an hour winds on this particular run. But there are other outcomes to this that might make that more likely not to happen than to happen because of that shear that we talked about. But given how consistent the H-Wharf has really been over the last several models, really is eye-opening and concerning. So we really got to watch this as it passes over very close to the Haitian Peninsula here of the Dominican Republic. And you can see tropical storm force winds. I'm seeing this for the first time. That is tropical storm force winds impacting the southern tip here of the Haitian Peninsula. And then as we go forward, this is a very worst case scenario. And I want to stress enough, this is the worst case scenario potentially. The NHC explicitly does not show a landfall on Jamaica in its latest outlook, but that could change because the H-Wharf actually has this at a major hurricane on approach to Jamaica. And yeah, that's even hurricane force winds completely encompassing the western or the eastern half there of Jamaica. This would be an absolute catastrophic, devastating situation if this actually comes to fruition on the H-Wharf model. Now, I just showed you the worst case scenario here, that if this is actually able to happen, that's a 950 millibar. That's a category 3-4 hurricane moving over this. And look at this. This even survives it being a major hurricane, even moving completely over Jamaica with hurricane force winds. And just a reminder, because we have some very intense upslope flow here around these tall mountains, there could be catastrophic flooding. We could see a couple of feet of rainfall on some of these windward sides of the mountainous regions. Because look at how intense that rainfall could be, and look at the band with this. That is the concern here for Jamaicans living on this island, and this would be for the morning hours, the late morning hours of July 3rd. 2024, so in about the next 3 days from this output from the 12Z run shows that. And then once it emerges, guess who else? That's not it. So basically we have the Windward Islands to look forward to, unfortunately, for Wednesday, and that's not it. Maybe the Haitian Peninsula of Haiti, and then, well, got Jamaica now. See, and remember, we're not done yet. In fact, if we look at the prior runs, there's still this range of possible outcomes here. Yesterday's runs, we were showing this missing completely away from Jamaica. And today's runs, we have it hitting Jamaica completely. So a direct landfall potentially on Jamaica by Wednesday, late morning, early afternoon. And then here are some of the Cayman Islands, a major hurricane. We're talking major hurricane force winds in that Eyewall, that southwestern Eyewall at 951 millibars. But guess what? That's not it. All right, this is going to get very close to western Cuba, and here's the Island of Youth. Here's the Bay of Youth of Cuba. Look at this wind field. It is still gliding at major intensity, even on approach. Yeah, that's clipping the northern fringe of the Yucatan. And if this stays over the open ocean, who knows how strong this can get once it enters the Gulf of Mexico, which, by the way, this is basically the, I can't even say it, tongue twister, delineation, whatever that is. I hope I said that correctly. You know my tongue twister words there, right? So Gulf of Mexico here, Caribbean here, and yeah, you can see how intense that is going to be. And this is day 5. If we look at the prior run, we can see where it was. So we went from it. Let's go to the 060 run. Let's back it out. Still a major hurricane here hitting the Yucatan on the 060 run. The 00 run from last night, look at this. Potentially a major hurricane impacting the Yucatan Peninsula by Friday morning, Friday late morning, early afternoon. So there is a possible outcome, worst case scenario here on the H wharf, that this could remain a major hurricane even throughout the entire Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico. And again, that really depends on how much stronger can Beryl get once it barrels into the Caribbean and then into the Gulf of Mexico, should it even make its raft of survival throughout possibly some harsh conditions. Not ideal for this time of the year. And boy, Beryl can show us just how favorable things could actually become even when things shouldn't be. So now, that's the worst case scenario. I'm going to show you the more likely scenario. And I think that's on the HMON. So here's a look at the HMON. So the most likely scenario is that this, again, passes over Grenada, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, like I said, Monday, late morning, and then eventually gets into, or is a little further away off the coast here of the Haitian. You can see here barely on the thumbnail of this image. And then eventually we can see it moving south of Jamaica. This would be a better outcome scenario because hurricane force winds would miss the island completely, but still you get tropical storm force winds here on the southern coast of Jamaica and on the northern coast, but the impacts would not be quite as intense as if this eye passed right overhead, but still would bring some tropical storm force winds to that island. And then we can see here it really weakening, and you can see the asymmetry to the wind field indicates there is some westerly shear that is going to encroach onto the system. And in this case, this is probably where the NHC has the intensity here. Barely a tropical storm with its inner wind field there by day 5, which seems possible given with what we're seeing on the GFS and the Euro models. And we'll show you the ensembles here, the super blend, in a little bit. So we have two scenarios. The worst case is from the H wharf, and the best case scenario, really not the best case scenario, because the windward islands will get catastrophic impacts, but at least once this gets into the Central Caribbean, we should see some weakening take place. Now, there is another model, the HAFS-B, which is another model that we want to look at, also shows a similar outcome here. In fact, even a better case scenario with tropical storm force winds not even impacting Jamaica at all, with tropical storm force winds barely over or barely covering the northern fringe of the system. And then you can see here, it could re-intensify, which, by the way, that is also a possibility given that the shear does wane away. And that is a formidable hurricane, a major hurricane yet again on the HAFS-B. So we'll see about how this all plays out when we get new data in from our hurricane models later on this afternoon. On the 18Z, that should come out in a few hours here. So now I showed you that. I want to show you one more model for the heck of it, because I want to make sure I'm covering this really well and in well detail. A lot of people are probably giving me a thumbs up in this live stream since we have almost 300 likes. So we can see even the European here does show the system pretty strong, 969 millibars. But at the same time, look what happens. It goes over Jamaica, which, by the way, is hurricane force winds, and then it could weaken to a tropical storm. Could means as in it might. And then We will see what happens after that once it gets into the Gulf, because again, this is about 5 to 6 days out. And if it's going to hit Texas, I know a lot of you, I have a big audience also watching from the deep south here of the US. We have a huge audience coming in from Cuba, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Hispaniola, that sort of thing, and even in the Windward Islands. We know in today's update there's nearly a 100% chance that major hurricane force winds will impact at least one or two of these islands in the windwards, and then Jamaica is next up for demolition potentially from Beryl. Okay, so now that we talked about that, it's also a good idea that we talk about our super blend. We looked at this yesterday, where we're not looking just at the deterministic forecast, which is one in several members from the super blend, which is the Ensemble prediction system, which is ran by the European for medium range weather forecasting, the American GEFS ensemble, the UK Met ensemble, the Canadian ensemble, and putting this together, we get a lot of members of possible outcomes. And right now, this cloud of possibilities still exists in today's runs, and still there is some divergence in exactly how this is going to all evolve. Right now, we have a cone that looks pretty much like this, which really matches with what the NHC has. That's why they have that cone of uncertainty. If we go back to that, you can see that cone of uncertainty here, which matches well with our super blend. And then once we go forward in time, we can see the cloud of possible outcomes. Yeah, most of them do bring this over the Gulf of Mexico, right up in here, but also some of them bring this into, if you're down here near Honduras, actually Honduras is over here, but you get the idea. Almost in Central America, we have the cloud of possible outcomes. And then, of course, you can see what this does. Now, this is about 7 days out, and you can see the ellipse here of possible outcomes, still aiming this towards Texas. Yeah, there's a non-zero chance that Louisiana could get impacted. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but there's also a non-zero chance that this could also get into the Eastern Pacific as a transitionary hurricane, as it would likely get renamed on the other side. Actually, no, it would probably stay the same thing because it's a very intense hurricane to begin with. So that's the cloud of possible outcomes from the super blend. But that's not it. I want to show you all our hurricane models. All right, so this is a look at the hurricane forecast from looking at the GFS, the Canadian, the UK Met Office, as well as the HMON, HWRF, HAVS A, HAVS B, which these are right here are hurricane models, specific trained for hurricanes, and then the NHCs in the black line. Tightly clustered, so we know very high confidence that this is going to impact some of the islands of the windwards by early tomorrow morning. And then we have this passing just to the south of Jamaica, just to the south. That is, and again, there's three members, three of these models that have this over Jamaica in 3 days. So there's a 40-60%, or there's a 60-40, 60% chance that it doesn't hit Jamaica, but a 40% chance that it still does. And then you can see the little island there of the Cayman might get a direct impact potentially in about 3.5 to 4 days. And these are each time scales here. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5-ish, and day 6-ish, 7-ish over here. And you can see still the majority of them do move this into the Yucatan, no longer bend it back to the west. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all evolves. We saw a northerly trend today in today's output. We'll see if that trends south again by late tonight or tomorrow. So here's a look now. We're going to take a look now at our ship's guidance. I wanted to show you all this because this is very important. I cannot stress enough. This is as important as eating your best dinner on the dinner table. Who likes spaghetti? Raise your hand in chat if you all like spaghetti, if you like lasagna, if you like some of the Italian foods out there. You love them. We love the ship's model. So let's take a look at that. So we can see the maximum potential intensity here in the next couple of days remains at major status. And then if it hits land, it would likely weaken significantly. That's to be announced. But we can definitely see the maximum potential intensity here throughout the period is in that range of 150 to 160 knots. So yeah, this has a high ceiling still. And then when we look at our wind shear, right now our wind shear in the next 24 hours will be less than 10 knots. So shear is not a problem. While it does increase a little bit, it is not destructive to the hurricane of this size. It might have a little wrinkle in there. It might prevent it from getting any stronger, but it's not detrimental in the fact that it could destroy the inner core completely. We're going to likely see this survive. And so the strongest shear that we get is in about 3 to 3.5 days, where it's probably cusping 20 knots. And then look at after that, it gets down there, back down to about 5 to 10 knots, which is very light shear. And with sea surface temperatures that are very favorable when you look at it from a thermodynamic perspective, in the books of 29 to 29.5, so mid to upper 80s perhaps, and plenty of moisture. Take a look at this. We have a lot of moisture out there, greater than 70%, and our upper ocean heat content actually is very conducive as well. Again, if this hits land, that explains why we're going to see some weakening. But if this doesn't hit land, this is going to be quite conducive to maintain its strength. So now, how much stronger can Hurricane Beryl get from here is the question that remains for a lot of you that are watching this live stream, which, by the way, we have 1,400 people watching. So thank you all for tuning into this. Right now, at least through the next 24 hours, we will see this maintain a Category 4 hurricane. Man, the Canadian model is going really ballistic at this, showing a Category 4 cusping almost to a Category 5. And even the H-Wharf, again, day 3, still has a Category 4 hurricane, which is on the higher end of the intensity guidance. But again, there's a lot of spread. We still have a Cat 4 on the Canadian versus we have a tropical storm on the GFS in 4 days. So it is going to be really important to take note on how this all evolves with the intensity, the current strength and health of Beryl as it continues to move off towards the west. So another cool thing I wanted to show you all is that there's a lot of ace points getting added to this season. We were looking at a fairly below average period just a bit ago. Now we're above average, and we're now ranking 14th place of the top active hurricane seasons. All right, I don't see 2005 in there, but I'll tell you what right now, here is 2020. 2020, does that ring a bell? That's the most active Atlantic hurricane season with the number of named storms ever recorded since hurricane tracking began in the early mid 1900s. So, I mean, we are not far behind 2020 right now. And with Beryl, with Debbie potentially, and Chris, we could really get some ace points really racked up out of early July, possibly surpassing 2020 briefly. And look at that, had 180.37 ace points for that season. And look at some of the, that's the busiest season that we have. We'll see if we rival 2005 once we get there, if we even get there at all with our ace points. So ace is quality over quantity, and that's what we're dealing with. So we are going to get some recon data. Let's see with what they have found. They have found the center, and this is down to 954 millibars. So we're down to 954 millibars, folks, right now on the P3 Orion. If we actually go and take a look at this, let's pause it right there. Let me make my mouse a little smaller. Again, this is the current intensity right now on Beryl. And let me see if I can lower my mouse thickness here so I could actually see where I'm pointing at. So right now, 957. We have a 955 millibar central pressure there. We'll wait from the P3 Orion what they find. But they are still finding Very intense winds here of 102 knots. We'll see what the Air Force mission finds in a little while. If we go back and look at prior missions, we can compare this data. And yeah, let's look at that data. It's loading in. Oh, here it is. So yeah, this had 104 knots. So it had a flight level wind of 104 knots. Let's look at the mission even before that. Let's see what they found. This is it right here. That's the cool thing about Radar Omega. You could actually bring it up in the past. 99 knots. 106 knots we found. Let's see, 105. 102. And then, okay, so let's go over here. 114 knots, 120 knots. So that's the strongest wind that they were able to find earlier. So we'll see if this actually has the same intensity. But the aircraft data found pressures of about 960 millibars earlier. Trying to see if that has intensified 959 on their last pass. So that's very important. And then let's take a look here. 963. So this has intensified a little bit more because we're looking at our latest. We're still waiting for that the C-130 to get in there. Usually the northeastern side is going to be the strongest. So that's a very strong wind on the northwestern side. And again, that's 104 knots that they found in central pressure, about 955 millibars. So that is pretty intense. It's hurricane very intense right now, 955 millibars. And it looks like it might be trying to organize just a little bit more. Actually, the cool thing we can do is, let's go back here. And there's the wind they found, and it's 104 knots. That's major intensity. Still probably a Category 4 hurricane based on the data that we got right now. So that's what that looks like. We're gonna wait for our tail Doppler radar mission, actually, and we're actually gonna bring that up right now. So I'm gonna close out these, and we're gonna bring up the latest. Yeah, we don't have any new data yet, but once we do get that in, we will bring it to you live in real time. But that's what they found on that side of the hurricane. And the northwestern side is not typically the strongest. The northeastern side would be. So it'll be interesting to see with what they actually find as we track this live right now on the channel. Which, by the way, look at that eye. Look how strong that hurricane actually is. Just remarkable intensity as this gets closer and closer to Trinidad and Tobago. If we look at our mesosector, which, by the way, for those 1,400 people that are watching, make sure you hit the like button, share this live stream with their family and friends on social media, and also subscribe and enable all notifications for the channel as well. It really does help out to get this out to a lot of people. So again, share this with your family and friends and relatives, siblings, you name it, because this is a very strong system that we're watching right now. And you could even see it clearly. Let's actually go to 3D really quickly. So we're going to get rid of the Recon data briefly. And I wanted to show you what this looks like. So we could actually see this on 3D. I mean, look at that. Look how intense that actually is. This track reminds me of Hurricane Ivan in 2004 so much. We were lucky. The eye jogged to the south at last moment, and we were heavily impacted just the same. Glad you guys like the 3D a lot. And look at, you could even look inside of the hurricane. Look at that. And actually, if we're able to pin this down, look at it, it looks like a tornado, doesn't it? You could even see it has that tornado look to it. Who wants to chase this large-scale synoptic tornado? Probably no one. I wouldn't. And so that's what it looks like right now on 3D. How cool is that? And this is the 2D version. So of course this is not in 3D. And Recon is on this side. Looks like we're not getting a secondary wind maximum yet. So on that side, so probably no eyewall replacement cycle yet. How wide is the eye? Let's actually do some. Okay, perfect. There we go. So let me use. Oh man, wish we had a better look at this. So let me actually bring up. Let me bring up Zoom Earth, because Zoom Earth, the way the IR there works is actually a lot better. So the eye itself, it's about 15 miles in diameter. 15 miles in diameter is that eye right now. So that's what it looks like. And of course, hurricane warning for Barbados for these areas as we speak. We'll see with what they find. It probably has not intensified very much, but I could be saying that just for the heck of it. I think it looks very intense again. All right, come on, load on us. But you can see what that eye looked like. Actually, that is still producing some very deep cloud tops. So it looked a little more asymmetrical. It still looks a little asymmetrical due to that easterly shear. So again, Barbados, if you're on Barbados, please be getting ready for this. And here are the latest. Oops. And here's the latest from our C-130 aircraft, and then of course we got a Kermit that just flew through the center, and that's what they got. Quite incredible, very impressive. So we'll be waiting for both of those to come out. But very deep burst just now, very deep burst of convection. And actually, let's actually go to windy.com, because windy.com will give us cloud tops. So if we go to satellite and go over to IR, which we have, and there it is. And we could actually get to see how warm the eye is. This, by the way, is a tower of negative 116 degree Fahrenheit cloud tops. That's very cold. And look at the inner core on this. 66 degrees right now. That's very warm. That's really, really warm. What site is this? This is windy.com. So if you go to windy.com, actually the coordinates is the URL that I'll send you all. So this is windy.com. Just click that link and it should take you to what I'm looking at. Yeah, I use a lot of information. Even so we don't got radar, we've got you covered. And right now, actually we do have radar. Never mind, we do have live radar with the help of windy.com. And there is the Eyewall right there beginning to show up. Beginning to show up as we speak. You're very welcome, you guys. Yeah, be sure to check that out, that link that I sent you. Which, by the way, look at these cloud tops surrounding the eye, almost negative 100 degrees in Fahrenheit. So, definitely a strong hurricane. And again, we are waiting for live data to come out from Recon. We're getting and waiting for the tail Doppler radar mission to upload their data into their servers. And they have not done it yet. No, they have not. So once they update, we will give you that information as it comes in. Yes, we will get to see the skeletal structure of Hurricane Beryl, as it truly is a barreling system. Okay, so we're going to get to questions at the same time we are live tracking. So this is a bit of a different stream. I'm going to be live for several hours. So probably until about 9 o'clock tonight, I will be streaming this live. Once we get the next complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center. You're very welcome. So is this going to hit Jamaica, or am I good? I only have $100 for groceries. Right now, I would say no, not directly. It's going to be just to the south of Jamaica, but I cannot stress enough the wharf model, the H-wharf. In fact, the cool thing about Radar Omega, we can go deeper and better with this. We can look at the H-wharf and actually go to Beryl and actually see what the forecast looks like. And let's see if we can bring up some parameters here. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. So let's take a look at our wind. So this is, and let me see if we're able to get some. Okay, we're not able to get wind gusts, but this is a sustained wind right here of about 123 miles an hour. So as we go forward in time, we can see there's Barbados. There's Barbados right there. So sustained winds on this are about 40 to 50 miles an hour. That is pretty strong. And then look at this. Some of these winds here get up to 133 miles an hour as this gets right over some of these islands. So, of course, Hillsborough, 6 Roads, some of the Charlestown area, Dover's, Port Elizabeth, could get some very intense winds. And then you can see as this continues to track along, look at this wind field right here, 145 miles an hour potentially. And there it is, impacting Jamaica head on, where you could get winds here of almost 100 miles an hour sustained. Look at that onshore wind there. This is 3 days out. Getting really strong winds there. And then maybe later on, it could intensify a little further. And that's the wind field on Beryl. You can see it right there. So you can do a lot with Radar Omega. You can look at satellite imagery. You can just do all sorts of cool stuff with the product that we have. And let's bring up our long wave IR back. And this is what it currently looks like. I am doing my final preparation from St. Lucia. Good. So you're getting prepared for this. That's what I like to hear. So again, St. Lucia is right here. St. Lucia. Hey, the aircraft flew right over you guys. And so, yeah, get prepared for this, but especially on St. Vincent, this island right here, Port Elizabeth, these little islands in here could get seriously devastated. Absolutely devastation from this. Man, if I lived on a small island and I saw this coming, man, I would be on a plane in a heartbeat. I would not stay behind. Because being on an island and having a hurricane this strong is like being suffocated. Like you get out or you don't, and you risk your lives on this. I meant to say, because this is a very formidable system, and you can see the 3D on it. I mean, some of these tops are insanity, very insane. In Hurricane Michael, they didn't let us leave. Well, because you probably left too late. If you guys have to follow evacuation orders of your local officials. If your local officials tell you, you got to evacuate, sir, you can't stay behind, you got to evacuate. Take important documentation, okay, insurance and stuff with you. Don't leave that behind. Take any important paperwork with you when you evacuate. Because this is very serious. I mean, this is a beast. This is one for the record books. And the reason why it's a record storm is because it is the strongest June hurricane. I mean, folks, let me ask you guys this question. Are we in June or are we in August the 30th? Let me know in the chat. I know I'm acting dumb here. I know we're in June, but I mean, I'm still confused what month we're in, because we're seeing a hurricane this intense in late June. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Do you think it is going to be a Cat 5? Very unlikely. I don't think it's going to be a Category 5. I really don't think it's going to get there. Man, that's a very disturbing wording that Kurt says. God, save us in St. Lucia. Pray for us. The wording that she typed up there in chat is, man, that is just like kind of a dreadful voice. Like, God, please pray for us. Please pray for us on St. Lucia. It's like kind of that scream, please, I want to leave, kind of thing. David, you should use Flight Simulator to do this. I need to give it a try before I actually show you guys. I'll tell you right now, until Flight Simulator 2024 comes out, I don't know if the weather should be more realistic and accurate and more dynamic in Flight Simulator 2024. When it comes out, actually the day after my birthday, which is special. AJ says, what do you mean it's doing an eyewall replacement cycle? I want to hear your guys' opinion. I don't know. I don't think this is doing an eyewall replacement cycle. I just don't see that happening right now. Based on the structure of the wind field, if we actually take this out of 3D, and that center is really moving quickly right now. They did not find it. That's why I'm waiting. I am waiting very patiently for the tail Doppler radar mission so we can get some new data in. But we do not have any new data into the servers yet to where we could access that data from the National Hurricane Center. So it's until I see that, I'll let you guys know if there's an ERC taking place. You are in our prayers. I am in Kingston, Jamaica, and I am really nervous. Yeah, if I saw the H warp hitting Jamaica like that, yeah, Kingston is right here. Yeah, Kingston. Yeah, that's going right into Kingston on the H wharf by Wednesday morning. Eyewall would move into a different area, which would change the direction, correct, David? It's wobbling a little bit, but the upper level steering flow what changes this. And if we look at the satellite imagery, let's go to the last 30 frames. Actually, the last 650 frames is last 50 minutes of data. Now, it looks like the eye is getting covered up a little bit, but it's the angle of the satellite imagery. So this is kind of angled a little different. And so the eye, I'm very sure right now, is really, really, really formidably intense. And we can see that clearly with those cloud tops that are very cold. Look at that. That's just insane. Explosion. I've been to Kingston before. Very beautiful. I'm sure those islands there are well, it's meant for vacation, so I'm sure they're really pretty. But here is a look at Recon data. That's the airplane that you're seeing right now. They are flying. They made their first pass through the center. We are waiting to get our other aircraft in there. So, yeah, we got the party of aircraft that are coming in. I guess they're okay. So this aircraft is going to do this. They're going to fly in from the southwest and out the northeastern Eyewall is where I think what they're gonna do, and that's gonna provide us some helpful information on exactly how intense this is. But it is worth noting that I don't think this has even updated yet, or maybe it has. Okay, it has updated. Now look at that big deep burst of convection. The cloud tops have gone a little cooler. So, we go to our H warp again. Can't stress enough about, and then we'll look at our hurricane models, or our Recon aircraft in a little bit. So this is the latest H warp model, and yeah, that's Kingston 950 millibar system. Man, that is, and seeing hurricane force winds over land, it's very intense. That's insane. And you can see here, winds even 125 knots. So winds could gust well over 160, 170 miles an hour as this moves over Jamaica. And take a look at the rainfall. Really quickly, once this is going to pass to the south of Barbados. Thank you, Jordan Fate, for the $20 donation. You are awesome. So as this passes to the south of Barbados, you can see some heavy rainfall, and then approaching St. Vincent and the Grenadines with some heavier rainfall. Yes, tropical storm force wind or hurricane force winds don't impact St. Lucia. St. Lucia, or say if you're on Martinique, but yes, you're also going to get some very intense rainfall. Look at the outer bands here impacting your area, which could bring with it some tropical storm force winds. Not only that, look at what happens once this gets to the southern portion of Hispaniola, some heavy rainfall there. And then look at this. Once this gets into Jamaica, yeah, that is a look at 60 decibels. 60 decibels, folks, of heavy rainfall. So very incredible. absolutely insane hurricane moving over Jamaica. If this actually happens, I cannot help but to say this could be absolutely devastating, possibly catastrophic over Jamaica, and then eventually getting into the Cayman Islands by Thursday, or by Wednesday into Thursday, July 4th, and then eventually into the northwestern Caribbean thereafter, bringing a lot of rainfall potentially. What about Belize? So Belize is, again, on the realm of possibility. Belize is down here, so it is not surprising that some of the models do take it into Belize, but the majority of them take it right into this area. So into the northern Yucatan Peninsula, and then eventually maybe into the Gulf of Mexico. Chase, by the way, the moderator Chase that's in chat, help me answer questions, because yes, we're focusing on the live aspects to this. I'll try to get to questions as much as I can, because I know you all want the information as it comes out. And we are going to get a new Recon pass here very soon. And we're just waiting patiently for some data. All right, perfect. Drop zone data updated. Okay, so we got some drop zone data. Probably from Kermit. I don't have it officially on Google Earth yet. What are your sources on that? By the way, Peter Moss, what are your sources on that? If it's from Tropical Tidbits, I could go right over there and get some of that data. Let's see here. This is it. Okay, yep, they did. So northeastern Eyewall, or no, wait, drop 4. So that's the eye. So we did not get any update yet. Yeah, we did not get any update yet from Recon on any drop zones yet. On Tropical Tidbits. So all I'm seeing is the northwestern Eyewall. Oh man, 124 knots. That is, wow, that is absolutely insane. That's at 958 millibars too, so that's not far above the surface. That is not far above the surface. We're definitely in the stretch of Category 4 force winds based on this. 117 is a Category 4, all the way up to 150 millibars. So that is pretty insane. That is very, very, very strong wind. 124 knots, that is what we got in the latest drop zone. We're waiting patiently for a TDR mission pass, and we'll give you some more information once that comes out. And so there it is. Look at how intense that eye is. 142, it's 142.7, but could be rounded to 143. So they'll round that up to 145. If you round up numbers, it would come out to 145 because they only go by 5 increments. So if it was 141 or 142, you would round down. You'd say, oh, okay, it's about 140. But if it's like 144, then you would say, okay, it's about 145. Vari, will this affect the U.S.? There is a slim possibility that it does, because if we look at our super blend models, to actually go back and look at that, let me go to here. Let's zoom in on this really quickly. There is literally very low confidence. Actually, this is not in a percentage, but this is low confidence still of it impacting the southern Texas coast. There is medium confidence, possibly for Belize and the Yucatan Peninsula. And Jamaica has a medium to high confidence on that. And then, of course, your islands here have a very high confidence. Okay, so we did... Oh, that's from the mission before, so we don't have any new missions yet. We're just going to have to wait. This is a 130-mile-an-hour system still, and we'll see if that updates on our latest recon. What they find once they fly through the other side. We're waiting patiently, though, for some new data to come in. We're waiting for our next drop zone to come out. We're about to get a new update quite soon here with our C-130. So we have 2 aircraft that are flying into the system. We have Kermit, low-level drop zone mission, and we have the C-130, WC-130 Weatherbird plane that is on its way in. But yeah, that's a very intense hurricane. And as we take a look at our latest data, and this eye is still really, really warm. Look at that, 66 degrees right now. 66 degrees with a patch of negative 110, negative 115 degree cloud tops on the eye right now. Really cold cloud tops. That eye is huge. Yes, it sure is huge. It is definitely big. It's a big old fat eye. I'm trying to get to some questions, but with a lot of people watching, I'm getting to them when I can, as I kind of glance over. So yeah, we're going to get some real-time information. We're definitely getting that, and we just got a new update just about a few minutes ago, and we're going to get the northeastern side. And again, you're doing awesome, Chase. When I always think of your name, I always think of Chase Bank. I don't know why, but I always think of Chase Bank. But I cannot stress enough, this is actually stronger than Audrey in 1953. This is the strongest Category 4 and the earliest Category 4 hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic. Just an FYI on those data lover stat people that are curious. And come on, it's only June 30th. It's only June 30th. David Schlotthauer, there are 2 models showing a Category 4 or 5 landfall on Louisiana in the next week. What do you think about that? LEK84, where do you see that, though? I'm not seeing that. If you're referring to the Canadian model, and that's... I'm actually surprised that the Canadian has it that intense. I don't know where you're getting that information from, so... We're probably referring to the icon, which has a more concerning scenario, which is a possibility. That's why we use these models. Your hurricane app. Okay, if you don't mind me asking, what hurricane app are you using? Hey, David, can you look at Tobago, please? It's coming through here in a few hours. All right, so let's go to Tobago really quickly. So Tobago is right here. So the center itself is going to be passing just to the north of Tobago and St. George's Island. St. George's, which is Grenada, I mean. So Grenada Island, Tobago. It looks like at this point, hurricane force winds will come awfully close to Tobago, but should miss the majority of the strongest winds. But that's, strongest as in the Eyewall. I'm in Trinidad. It's seriously overcast at the moment. Tobago is at red level. Trinidad is at orange from yellow just a short while ago. Local news, it's 7:10 p.m. and we have moderate showers. Thank you for the observations, Ron the Mac, for that. You're awesome. You could be a Recon airplane. You could be doing the observations. I'm just kidding. You're not a Recon aircraft, but thank you for the weather information. NGXI and MVGI models are showing C5 in the Gulf in 120 hours. You're probably looking at tropical tidbits. Hopefully not. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything with a category 5. So at this point, not to be rude or anything, I'm throwing it out of I'm throwing it in the trash. Until I see it officially on my end, it's really hard to believe. Getting a category 5 is not very easy, and it's very rare for that to happen. So I'm not too concerned about it getting to category 5, but definitely going to maintain a category 4 at least for the time being. And we're going to watch our ace points to see what those do. Shout out Southeast Texas. Thank you, Aiden Morgan. Beaumont, Texas here. Awesome. Again, for those that are watching, share this with your family and friends on social media. We are going to give you the very latest information. In fact, the next NHC update will be out in the next hour, less than an hour from now. The intermediate advisory is going to be out soon. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the stream, folks. It's David Schlotthauer here, your tropical weather expert. I got a few other experts out there, but due to audio issues, it clipping out, I'm gonna, until I get that fixed, or if someone wants to join through my iPad, then that would work too, like we did yesterday. Which, by the way, how did that all work out yesterday off my iPad? Were you able to hear Justin really well in last night's stream, folks, on the iPad? Thank you so much, Chase. I do appreciate it. So we're going to wait for the latest on the NHC of what they're going to find. And we're waiting patiently for some data to come out. That eye really gotten small though, but it's very clear. Look at the NAVGIM. Okay. I don't know what you guys are referring to maybe the NAVGIM. Probably the NAVGIM, right? Okay. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. That's not going to impact Louisiana. What's up, Stitch Sanders? Greetings from Galveston. You're rendering Aero Force? Oh, I'm excited. I am so excited. Welcome, Aero Force. Welcome, brother, to the stream. By the way, everybody, Aero Force is a hurricane model. So we will have to wait and see with what he says in the chat. Once he gets done rendering. Okay, the Recon aircraft is coming right back in. Been saying Louisiana since yesterday. Just because you keep on saying it's going to hit Louisiana doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. That's the interesting thing. It doesn't mean it's going to hit Louisiana. Dave, go to Google, type in live recon in the Atlantic. All right, where do I go? Tell me which link I press to get to there. What's up, Dopey? Welcome, everybody, to the stream. We have almost 500 likes in the stream, so thank you all for liking the stream so far. And again, we are watching this as it comes in. We're keeping an eye on things as it flies in to the newsroom. Yeah, Butter Dog, Category 4 Beryl. And by the way, Butter Dog, for you probably interested in this, this is the strongest hurricane in June ever on record. Ever on record, I repeat. Ever on record. We have not seen a hurricane stronger than this ever. Watching from Biloxi, Mississippi, welcome. So we're waiting for more data to come in, and then we will give you guys the forecast, latest data. It's taking a little while to get that tail Doppler radar data in. But this is definitely on the outer scheme of the meso sector. So it looks like it's breaking down. The eye is not well intact, but believe me, it is very much intact. And we still have temperatures in the eye that are almost in the 70s. Yeah, 67 right there. That is really warm. So we're just waiting patiently for some data to roll on in. We've seen a stronger hurricane than this. No, I don't think so. I looked on Twitter. I did some Twitter feed, and I can tell you right now, this is definitely stronger than by a little bit. Cactus C. David, you have just reached 21,000 subscribers. Wow, really? Wow, that's incredible. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. We have a stronger hurricane than just not in June. Well, yeah. We have a really strong hurricane for June standards, and we have a very strong hurricane in regards to the overall season. This is pretty crazy and makes me nervous not only about the storm, but the rest of the season with August-like temps already in the Gulf. Yep. We are seeing some very high upper ocean heat content that we have not seen at all this time of the year. And some of the upper ocean heat content that I'm about to show you all, excuse me, is actually that is rivaling August. And look at this. Look at these red colors on the upper ocean heat content. I mean, what in the name? And Justin is here, our hurricane expert. Hey, Justin. If you're ready to chat, I will have to get my iPad out. The sound issue has not been fixed. Still bleeping out. But yeah, this is very serious. This is absolutely serious. We're waiting for Recon data to come in on the other side of the system, and we will bring you that information. 961 millibars, and they got the other side of the eye. And let's see. Wow, that southeastern... Oh, wait. Yeah, that southeastern side, not so strong. Only 93 miles an hour was the strongest they actually got on that quadrant. So, quite impressive. All right, sweet. So, Justin, what are your thoughts about this? What are we seeing on satellite? I'm confused if there's an eyewall replacement cycle about ready to begin, or if there is some structure, because the system, I don't know, it's doing something a little interesting on the IR. That's why we're bringing Justin into the chat here, because he's our hurricane expertise person. And we're waiting for Recon data to get in there. On the northeastern side, that pressure, though, that they found, 961 millibars, so it hasn't dropped anymore. Again, welcome everybody to the chat. It's awesome. It's an honor that you're here watching this live. I'm leaving Wednesday to Tolda, Mexico, to the current hurricane path to do... Do you think it's safe to go? That's about 5 days out. I wouldn't go just yet. I would check forecasts as they get closer, because there's a lot of uncertainty on exactly where this is going to move towards. There's a spread from Belize, from southern Belize all the way up to Cancun, Mexico, in that 5-day period. So, yeah. Beryl better go back to Category 1 really quick. Nah, I don't think it's going to happen very quickly. Wishing is not the best you can get out of something like this. Hurricanes don't weaken that quick. Very rarely do they. I'm from St. Lucia. It's all calm before the hurricane. Yeah, it's pretty calm. Let me see if we got any buoy reports. So let's actually go to the National Weather Service for that. And let's go over to here, and then let's go to current conditions. Which, by the way, I'm in a excessive heat warning. That's going to be a lot of fun. In time for 4th of July, it's going to be cooking here. So Barbados, we're seeing winds out of the northeast at 21. We don't have buoys underneath the hurricane yet, but I'll tell you, we are getting some sustained winds of 23 to 24 miles an hour as we see the approachment of this. As this gets closer, we'll get some newer data coming in. Man, there it is. Okay, we got a new update. We got some new data. We just got it in. So let me click on, okay. Here's the rainfall. Doesn't look like a secondary eyewall is forming yet. Doesn't look like that. There are some of the hallmarks of an eyewall replacement cycle with some strong banding to the south of the inner eyewall and eye contraction, but nothing concrete. It's been dealing with some minor dry air intrusions as well. Okay, that might be the reasoning. Here's a look at that, by the way, Justin. This is new. This is fresh off the press, as a tail Doppler radar mission has flown through the system already. And we can see here is the Eyewall right in here. Intense rainfall right there. And this is going through the northwestern to southeastern side. And I don't see anything yet on that. That doesn't look... We have a secondary eyewall, but it's not really growing in strength at the moment. That's all we have. Let's see the... Okay, that's the profiles of swaths. Yeah, here are the swaths that we've gotten so far. This is 1 kilometer above the surface. See if we can get anything... Precipitation class. Oh yeah, here's another look at that. Here's radar, Justin. That we're looking at, and I don't see anything secondary-ish. I don't see a secondary eyewall. But we are seeing some red colors, which do indicate deep rainfall. Precipitation type is deep and intense in that area. Let's see, 1 kilometer above the surface. No, we don't want that. Let's go back up here to the top. And this is the wind field. So they got a maximum wind of 118 knots. 118 knots. So that's a bit stronger from this morning by like a knot stronger. And I don't see any secondary wind max at all. So I don't know if Justin is still here or not. But I do not see any signs of an eyewall replacement cycle based on that data that we collected. We're going to have to wait, though. And that's from this morning. So we need to wait for another... Oh, here it is. Okay, we got more information. Oh, wait, no. Hold on a second. This is today. Sorry, this is a little complex with what we're finding. I think this is current. This is current. And wow, look at those winds at 2 kilometers above the surface. That's 125 knot winds right now. That level. Here's another way to look at it. Yep, that's the mission that they just did. 119 knot wind that they found. 120 knots. So that could deserve a little upgrade. And yeah, then we just viewed this. So we just got new information in. And yeah, so the low-level center and the mid-level center, they're not completely aligned, as you can see here. So there is a teeny bit of shear. Just a teeny bit, but not a whole lot. But yeah, here's a look at the profile. I don't see any secondary wind max on this yet, so... And here's a full look at it as of this afternoon. There is your speed max on the northern side of about... We're looking at about 120 knots or so. And I do not see any sign. Looks like the eyewall on the northern side might be a little open, but it's very well established here on the southern and eastern sides of the circulation. And there is, again, some of that shear. That is at 10 knots right now. So we got a little bit of shear. that is coming from the west-southwest, it looks like. That's what we're sampling. Or from the north-northeast, it might look like, is what we're seeing. Or actually a little bit of a kind of a westerly shear-ish. And so that's what we're looking at now from the tail Doppler radar mission. They're about to make another pass into the center. Oh, we got new deep convection firing up now. New deep convection really exploding now on the northern or on the southern side of the circulation. Oh, yeah. (120 knots equals 140 miles an hour. So based on the Recon data, so I'm going to look more at the composites. Actually, no, we're going to look at the swaths. So they did find 117 to 119 knot winds at 1 kilometer above the surface. So that's what they found. Arguably enough, we'll see if they find anything. Okay, no, I just clicked on that. Oh my gosh. I'm looking for... There we go. I think this is what I'm looking for. No, it's not. There we go. So max wind speed at that level is 119 knots. So that's about, we're looking at about a category 3 with 130 mile an hour winds. That's probably what's going to be indicated on the next advisory. 130 miles an hour is well said, according to my prediction. According to my analysis. That's a big explosion, though, of deep convection right there. You could really see it. And they're going to get the northeastern side, so we're going to really have to wait and see on how strong the winds are going to be once they get into the center. I'm sure you all are ready for that, like, oh, I'm wondering if it's stronger or what. We're also getting another flight into the system here in just a second. In just a little bit. So there's going to be two missions, or 2 planes inside the center to provide us some information. What's up, Lauren, Joseph? Welcome aboard. Welcome to the stream. I think it's doing an eyewall replacement cycle. I don't see any indications from that from the Recon data. I could be wrong, though. I've not seen any indication that there's an eyewall replacement cycle. Actually, you know what? If we do go back, I'm going to look back at that a little bit more just to make sure. You know what? I think there might be. Let me actually go back over and look at the data. I don't want that. Where is it? Sorry, folks. I'm trying to look for the specific data set that we look for. Probably this is the one. All right, so we are going to look at the 2 kilometer level. Okay, there's nothing there. Let's go to 3 kilometers. Let's go to 5 kilometers. You know what? I think there might be an eyewall replacement cycle taking place. There might be something. Because if we look at the 1 kilometer layer, or 2 kilometer layer, there might be some hints of a secondary eyewall trying to develop. So it is possible there could be an eyewall replacement cycle taking place. But I'm not quite sure if that's going to be indicated on the NHC advisory, if that's what they're actually going to mention. But we'll wait. We're going to wait for the next 15 minutes of what they're going to do with their public advisory. But that is a very warm eye. It's very warm, 65 degrees still within that eye wall, or within that eye itself. 66, 65 degrees right now. That's a bit on the cool side, or a bit on the warm side, I should say. How strong will it get after the eyewall replacement cycle? There's a lot of uncertainty on that. But conditions on the H wharf, let me see if we got our 18Z runs in. Yes, we did. All right, so this is a new run, folks. This is a new model run that just came in, and it's actually coming in as we speak. You can see the data sets loading in. So based on this, once that eyewall replacement cycle completes, or if it is going on right now, it should complete probably by tomorrow or by late tonight, and it could re-intensify briefly before shear starts to increase, supposedly. On this particular model, it is not as strong, and it's also further south. So we're seeing this a little further south in this run. We are not out to Jamaica yet on this. So we are waiting for that to come in also from Tropical Tidbits. But for one thing, this could... It's 950 millibars, isn't it? So it looks like it could be most intense in the next 36 hours. Potentially most intense about 120 to 125 knots. Which is a Category 4 hurricane. And there is Jamaica. There is Jamaica right there. There's a Haitian peninsula. It will weaken if it does an eyewall replacement cycle. Yes, it will. On Cactus says, then mass strengthening. Again, it is hard to predict if the system will actually be able to re-intensify. Lee was not able to once it went through an eyewall replacement cycle. So we are getting new data in on the H-Wharf model. Let's see what the other models indicate, the H-Mon. The H-Mon is out. And it is about as strong as it was. And a little weaker on this run. So it's been trending weaker on the H-Mon model. See the halves A? The halves A is just coming in right now. Man, this is going a little ballistic. 953 millibars once it gets over near Grenada. That's a very big possibility. And then it weakens. Look how weak it gets after that. So there is a notable weakening trend after 30 hours or so. 30, even 36 hours, it looks to be in a weaken, which is good. Halves B, let's look at the halves B model. Yeah, that's a little ballistic, 947 millibars. That's a lot stronger. The previous halves B run from 12Z had it at 975. Now we're looking at 947 with a Category 5 hurricane force wind field over or very close to Grenada. Wow, that is insane. Very strong wind field on that. But it could get, the strongest it could get is right here at 145 knots at the surface. And 850 millibar winds are at 165 knots. So that would be a big deal. But it weakens. You can see how it shows it weakening as it gets to this. And this trended south, by the way. So looks like it's not going to hit Jamaica on this run. The only run that we still have it hitting Jamaica is the H-Wharf potentially. And we're waiting for that to render completely. It's a little weaker and it's a little further south. Gisela, how are you doing? Hi, David. I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Can you explain more? I noticed that Beryl is shifting more to the south. Does this mean we will not get hurricane winds? So you're on the you're St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Which island are you on? Because St. Vincent and the Grenadines are the islands themselves, and then you got, you know, the Grenadines, which are these other small islands. So you kind of have to tell me which island you're on, then I can give you a more accurate forecast. Thank you so much, bud, for your cooperation. Can you please tell us again on Grenada? Grenada, I meant. So on this run specifically, on the H-Wharf, it has it getting dangerously close with hurricane force winds on Grenada. But if we look at the halves B run, it's on top of Grenada pretty much with that Eyewall. Yes, the Eyewall is literally on top of Grenada. That's a very compact system too. Look at that. What about Barbados? So Barbados is to the north of this right now with tropical storm force winds on that island. But again, I would not rely on hurricane models specifically. I would rely on your local officials and the National Hurricane Center. They are the experts, and I'm only telling you what I see here on my end. Models are not 100% forecasts, and they are prone to errors in them. So what you see here does not mean it's going to end up being that way. But I'm not liking what I'm seeing. This is concerning. This is a very compact, intense hurricane. Very intense. Any word for Trinidad and Tobago? So for Trinidad and Tobago, so Tobago's right here. On this run, you're getting tropical storm force winds from the southwest. In Trinidad down here, you're just getting winds of 20 to maybe 30 miles an hour at most. On this model, if we look at different model runs, different hurricane models like the H-Wharf, it's pretty much in the same area. The H-Mon, pretty much in the same area too, so not much changes there. The halves A, the halves A, definitely tropical storm force winds. And of course, the halves B, very aggressive, probably the most aggressive forecast, showing that in the next 18 hours at a Category 4, definitely hurricane. Okay, we're going to get our new update from the National Hurricane Center here very soon, folks. All right, they are getting hurricane force winds right now in that aircraft. So we are going to wait and find out of what the NHC is going to do with their intensity forecast, or what their intensity is going to be. Right now, this is as of 5 o'clock, so we don't have any new information yet. Probably going to wait for that one pass from the National Hurricane Center, or on the Recon aircraft. They're going to be a little bit more safe than sorry. They're going to just wait for that one pass. And here's the Air Force mission. So we are waiting for the other aircraft to get in there and get some information. Oh, and we do have some new data. We have some new data. All right. The peak wind I found is 95 knots. So we just got a wind reading of 95 knots. So not as strong as what we had before. Pressures are not as low either. We're at 955.6 millibars. So pressures have not fallen anymore on that pass. But we are going to wait and see what the C-130 finds once they get in there. It certainly looks like, though, an eyewall replacement cycle might be occurring. Okay, we just got them in there right now, 957. So right now, we are at 954 millibars on this pass, but we're going to wait to see with what they actually find on the other side. They got the center, so we're looking at about 960 millibars still. So not any stronger at all, not any weaker. It's about the same intensity. Okay, I heard that the eyewall replacement cycle could actually make it stronger. That's not possible. Check H-Wharf mean sea level pressure at 10 millibars height. It shows catastrophic wind. I just showed the H-Wharf. I literally just showed the H-Wharf. Did it? Probably new data came out. So let me see the new data. Cactus C, where are you seeing the catastrophic wind? You're probably referring to the islands, more than likely. But otherwise, where would you refer that to? What hour are you looking at? What's up, Hurricane Lee? How are you? Will Trinidad be affected? So, again, Trinidad is probably in a safer spot of this storm than, say, the islands. Yes, you're going to get some rain bands that could bring in some gusty winds, some thunderstorms for sure. But the biggest impacts will be over the St. Vincent and the Grenadine Islands. And you can see where that hurricane wind field is. It really makes a difference. It definitely does. Size matters here. It being the center will matter a whole lot. It only does an eyewall replacement cycle when the shear is low. That means there's no shear on it. There's 10 knots of shear, Justin is saying. So not much shear. That is true. We're not seeing a whole lot of shear on this. So, yeah, we're still getting category 3 force winds, though. That's definitely there. That's definitely there. We're going to just have to wait what the NHC actually does. I don't think they're upping the intensity, though. I will tell you that for a fact. They are not going to up the intensity. I bet you it's at about 130 miles an hour, maybe 125 even. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens from the latest NHC. Thank you for now. Got things to do. Thank you, Olega Peking, for tuning in. I do appreciate it. I will say 125. Someone's on par with mine. The worst part of the storm is the northeast quadrant, guys. I do agree. The northeast quadrant is the robust part of this. That's the area that has the strongest winds because the system is moving in this general direction. It is moving off towards the west-northwest, so your strongest winds will actually be on the northern and northeastern sides of the system and not so much on the southern side. All right. Okay, Shawnee, what you say? So are you saying the Grenadines would get the win? Sorry about that question. What about mainland? Since it seems to be more south of mainland. So the areas here that are going to get impacted. So let me point to the islands, and I'm going to do as good of a job as I can on this. So Grenada is here. St. Lucia is here. St. Vincent is here, and the Grenadines are all in here. So you got your Grenadines. Tobago is here, and Trinidad is here, and Martinique is up here to the north, and Barbados is right here. Okay, so the Grenadines here, and that's what you were referring to. So saying the Grenadines would get the winds. What about mainland, which would be St. Vincent or Grenada, correct? They're going to only get, well, depending on what model we look at, if we look at the H-Wharf, right now, tropical storm force winds hit St. Vincent, all right, and Grenada. But if we use the halves B run, which is the worst case scenario here, Grenada takes the brunt of hurricane force winds, possibly major hurricane force winds with a system this small. All right. If we look at the IR satellite imagery, you could definitely see with what it looks like. It is definitely an intense hurricane. Well, I'm going to wait for the H-Wharf. Let's see what the H-Wharf actually shows. We're out to 84 hours out now. 951 millibars. Boy, that is a intense hurricane on this model. So we're just going to have to wait for the NHC update to come out. But I think it's a category 4. I think it's definitely a high-end category 3 or 4. We're just going to be patient and wait for the next update, which should be out here in just about 5 minutes or so. The NHC just tweeted 130 miles an hour. All right, so they just tweeted. So intensity has not been changed yet. Let me go to the NHC. Hurricane Beryl, advisory 9A, extremely dangerous category 4 Beryl, closing in on the Windward Islands. Life-threatening winds and storm surge expected there beginning early Monday morning. But they don't have the exact wind speed. So it could be 35, 135, 130, or 140. So we don't know yet on the exact intensity on Beryl right now. That's what I'm waiting for the 8 o'clock advisory, because it's going to give us the information that we need about our winds and the direction in our air pressure. Because a category 4 could mean different things. It could mean a 155 mile an hour system, or it could mean 130, right? So we just got to wait. They vaguely just said it's a dangerous category 4, which could mean anything in that realm of intensity. However, there is some data that I wanted to show you all that matching storms. Look at Hurricane Ivan. So here's Hurricane Ivan. By the way, I want to repost this out to, this is actually from Dalen Federico, with this, and we can see there is, this is where our system is going to be moving into. And look at it, copies Hurricane Ivan. Hurricane Ivan 2004. There I'm at. Hurricane David 1979. And there's Maria 2017. And look at another system that does the same thing. Category 4 hurricane in the Caribbean. Quite incredible. So we're just gonna, so it's a category 4 right now. So we're just gonna have to wait. Did not come out yet. We did not get the latest update. Should be out in about a minute. All right, so it is updated on the NHC website. The 8 o'clock advisory is up. Don't tell me, please. Don't tell me, folks. I want to look at it for myself. I want to look at it for myself. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. I'm just curious. I don't want to. I'm not going to even look at your guys' chat for right now. 958 and winds 130. So the pressure has dropped still. So it's 958 millibars. So technically it is still intensifying. If the pressure is dropping, it has strengthened a little bit more. So we're now in the 950s range of air pressure. Wow. So it's 130 miles an hour. Minimum central pressure at 958. That's a pretty strong hurricane. That is absolutely astounding. And let's go back and look at our analysis. It's only 2 millibars higher than the H-Wharf. Let's look at the H-Mon, where it stands with that. 958 on the H-Mon. So it is exactly with what the H-Mon is showing. Let's see the Halves A model. Yep. Halves A has it a little more weaker. Samples it a little weaker. Halves B, 961. So the H-Mon sees the system a little bit better. And it does show it that it is going to strengthen a little bit more tonight. And that will last probably for another 30 hours before the system weakens. So yes, Beryl is still expected to intensify further based on the latest data that we've gotten. we're going to wait for new update of our index page of our next section of what they found. All right. Any questions, anybody? We have 975 people watching. I'm going to turn on slow-mo just a little bit here so that way I could try to answer those questions. And actually, let me ask you guys, how long should I turn on the slow-mo to? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I'm not going to go more than 30 seconds because that way I can get to as many questions as I can. What's up, Big Daddy? Welcome, bud. Welcome to the YouTube channel, my guy. We are tracking Hurricane Beryl. Yes. The most intense hurricane ever recorded in the month of June in the Caribbean. It dwarfs Andrea, or Andre, something like that. So we'll do 20 seconds. We'll do 20 seconds. That way I can get to your guys' questions. Because if I don't get to your guys' questions, Andre, okay, that's the right word to say. So that way I can get to your guys' questions. And everything. So again, if you have any questions, please type those in and I'll get to those as soon as I can. Will it go 145 in the next update? That depends, Aiden, on what Recon finds. Recon, if the winds increase and the system gets more defined, then yeah. It is very hard to say because if we are seeing an eyewall replacement cycle, that's probably not going to happen. It's very doubtful at that point. Good amount of people watching as well. Hence is why I turned on the slow-mo chat for questions. What about Bleeze getting hit? Bleeze is definitely in the realm of possibility of getting hit as far as the super blend goes. And actually, let's go over to that. So, here it is. So let's go over and go to that. So we can see Bleeze definitely. Here's the super blend, folks, of the EPS, the GEFS, the UK Met, the Canadian model, put together to making a super blend. And you can see the range. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a black line of our cone of uncertainty. And this is basically what it highlights. This is basically our cone of uncertainty where the possible outcomes are on this model. Could it go into the Gulf? Oh my. What is the update for Dominica? Dominica is definitely going to get some gusty winds out of this. Royan, Clark. Heavy rainfall as well. How many African waves can come off this early? Well, Dane, I can tell you right now, 2 for the time being. We've seen more, perhaps 4 or 5 tropical waves. And give it another month, we are going to probably see another uptick in tropical activity as the favorability returns to the same basin. Will Grand Cayman be okay? So Grand Cayman is that big island. So let's actually go over there and see that. So the Grand Cayman, I'm guessing that's the Cayman Island here. So the big island is Grand Cayman. Actually, wait, no, hold on. Little Cayman. Yeah, so this is going to be Grand Cayman. It is very hard to say exactly, because if we look at our HMON model, I don't want to give you guys false information by any means. On this run, on the HMON, does not have it hitting directly on the Cayman Island. Let's go to the Beryl. Let's go to the H-Wharf. Indirect impacts with tropical storm force winds, but that it wasn't like that on the last run. It showed hurricane force winds. So there is definitely a huge track difference in this cycle where it's trending south. It's going back and forth. You know, latest NHC update is 9:58. Yes. All right. And again, could this go into the Gulf as a Category 5 hurricane and hit the panhandle of Florida? At this point, I am not predicting that at all. I'm barely predicting a tropical storm once it gets into the in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll know a little bit more information in about a couple of days, or maybe even about 3 days from now. All right. Jamaica. So again, for Jamaica, let's go back and look at that. Everyone's curious about Jamaica. So we'll look at the halves B run on the, actually we'll look at the H-Wharf. So the H-Wharf no longer has it impacting Jamaica, but still, you're going to get a lot of heavy rainfall out of this. Definitely some flood concerns. You're not going to miss out on that. That's going to be a thing with this storm, most certainly. And then does this get into the Gulf? We will find out once this is done rendering on the H-Wharf. Which, by the way, there is Jamaica up there. Trinidad. So Trinidad, oh, actually, I want to make sure I'm not skipping over anyone. You're very welcome. Could it go into the Gulf as a cap? Okay, no, I just answered that. 96L is going to Puerto Rico, yes or no? Good question. Let's bring up 96L. 96L, it's very murky on how that's going to even evolve right now. There's not a lot of evidence of this becoming a hurricane. Probably a tropical storm at most is what we're looking at. This is Invest 96L. Not a lot of support on the models for that. Here's another model, the Halves A. Also not a lot of support. Maybe intensifying later on to a low-end tropical storm. But for the time being, it does not look like this. There's not a lot of support. There's just not a lot. And looking at the Halves B run, not a lot of support. So right now, I would say at most, maybe a tropical depression or storm at the very most. So that's what we're looking at. Like I said, I talked about Grand Cayman if you just joined in. So Grand Cayman, tropical storm force winds. I will give out probably the more likely scenario. And that's going to be, let's pick a model here. The Halves A. Let's look at the Halves B. So we'll probably look at the HMON since it's our more likely scenario at this moment based on the intensity. So tropical storm force winds will likely impact Grand Cayman in some degree. If that's 70 miles an hour or if that's 40 miles an hour, it will depend on how close this is to Grand Cayman. I'm from Dominica. What should we expect from Beryl? What's up, Reynold? How are you doing? You're in Jamaica. So another Jamaican viewer here. Welcome, by the way. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Because this is just the beginning of what is going to likely be a hyperactive Atlantic hurricane season. Mountain Wolf, what's up, bud? What are the chances of South Carolina being hit this year? If it is bad, as they say the season is going to be, We almost got hit with a tornado when we moved here 6 years ago. So the chances of it, so the chances of you getting a landfall are higher for a busy season, but it also depends on the overall average steering pattern for that month. So right now, you have a slightly higher chance this year than you did in 2020 of getting at least 1 or 2 named storms making landfall. I'm not going to give out a category, so if you're saying what category though, I'm not for certain. All I know is maybe 1 or 2 landfalls on that South and North Carolina coast. All right, you're very welcome, Stephanie. Can hurricane season be here until Christmas? Not good for Gulf states. Yes, there is early evidence on climate models that the hurricane season, not necessarily for the Gulf states, well, maybe, but very unlikely we're going to see it go into Christmas. Probably early December, maybe through the December 15th timeframe, we might see our last name storm, but that's hard to say. But for sure, we're going to have a very busy season ahead, at least through the end of November. At least through the end of November is what I'm forecasting. And I'm still on par of predicting at least 20 to 26 named storms. And that number has come down because we are looking at, well, maybe 3 named storms now. So those 3 named storms have been injected into my modeling of how many named storms we get this year. So kind of subtract 29 named storms minus 3, you get 26. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Is Jamaica still in a great danger, or is it just going to brush past us? Right now, I would say, if we look at the cone, they have not updated that yet. I would say you're definitely in harm's way. I would be pretty concerned still, because the NHC does have this passing just to the south of Jamaica. So therefore, you could get hurricane watches or tropical storm watches or warnings in the next 2 or so days as this gets closer. So yes, you are not out of the clear right now as we speak. Yeah, looks like we have an Eyewall replacement cycle. I really think we're starting to see an Eyewall replacement cycle take place. I definitely think so. The cloud tops have definitely been warming on average. We'll see what the NHC says in the next 3 hours. Great job, brother. Thank you so much, Destron. I do appreciate it. I'm playing reggae music to cool the hurricane. Oh, nice. You better start sweating. You're referring to me? Yeah. Which, by the way, for a lot of you that are wondering about California, it's supposed to be 115 degrees in some areas on Wednesday in where I live, which means my room, my office, could reach temperatures about 100 degrees. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. But the good thing is we do have a whole house air conditioner, but that might not help enough just because of how much intense heating we get on the roof. Because we got 2 trees pulled out, which means, well, the sun is hitting the roof for about 14 or so hours during the day. And that really just, the roof just cooks. It just gets so warm. Take a break and get some ice cream. I will try. All right, so let's get a new update here. Let's see what we got. Yep, so the plane did find 954 millibars, but relatively 957 with those current winds of about 101 knots, the flight level winds, that is. So the storm has been weak, has maintained intensity. It has not necessarily weakened much at all. Okay. Does it get stronger afterwards? Again, it depends on, one, how quick the eyewall replacement cycle will complete. If it completes fast enough, this could re-intensify briefly before it runs into that shear, if any shear there is. David, take a break and eat some ice cream. I will. I'm not sweating too bad. As long as the air conditioner is on, we're fine. Today is not the hot day. It's only about 98 outside. I'm talking about in a few days from now. So Monday, it's going to be like 102 here. Tuesday, 110. And then 115 on Wednesday. Thursday comes down to 107. Then Friday, 109. Saturday, maybe 110. So 7 days from now, we could be at 110 again. So I'll tell you, it's summertime. That's what you get for summer temperatures, you know? Can you give me a for Dominica? So Dominica's barely up in here because it is so far north. So Dominica, definitely going to have some tropical storm force winds according to the HMON model. Probably a brief period of tropical storm force winds coming in out of the easterly, then southeasterly direction. As far as rainfall, so Dominica is way up here. You're definitely going to get some of these outer bands of heavy rainfall. You can see that right in there. You can get hit with some of those outer bands. All right, I'm going to turn the slow-mo off because I think I got to enough questions. And slow-mo's off. You can chat away. Is this the first Category 4 in June ever? Yes. It is. It is the first Category 4 hurricane ever in June behind Audrey in 1953. Right? I want to make sure. Hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane Audrey was the 1957, not 1953. 1957 is what it is. That's when it was the earliest major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. But in the Caribbean, it's the strongest major hurricane ever. If you go to Wikipedia, you can find it. It's right here. So it should tell you here too. Let's see. Just believe me. It is the strongest hurricane ever in the Caribbean in the month of June. In the month of June, I'm not talking about through the entire season, but it is one of the top. It is the top storm. Look at the wind shear map for us, please. All right, so we will look at the wind shear map on Beryl. So I'm going to use our hurricane-specific models to look at that. So this is what the shear looks like right now. So there is a little bit, just a little bit of northeasterly shear on the system. Not a whole lot, but there is a little bit. And then the shear could turn more out of the northwesterly direction. The storm is moving this way, and you're getting lesser easterly flow aloft. And then it is going to be very important on how this is going to interact with any shear to the north. Because we do have a PVU streamer that does develop throughout this environment up here to the north. You get the anticyclonic shear vector to the south, and you get these, because the system's going this way, and so you're actually going to get more westerly shear hitting it on the left side. And that's why if we go to a deep layer moisture plot, you're going to see a little bit of that moisture get strung away a little bit. Not a whole lot on this model, but there are some models that do go aggressive with it, like the HMON. Oops. HMON doesn't have a parent run, so we're going to have to use this. So you can see right in here how half of the system has a lot of the moisture around it. Very lopsided. We've got some drier air coming in, and that's because of that shear that I talked about. And then it might reorganize. We'll see about that, though. We will have to wait and see. David, do you not have a mod in chat? We do. I only had one mod earlier. I don't know why there's not a lot of mods in this live stream. I will add more. I'm only going to add mods, though, that are very active in my streams, though. Because that's probably one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of mods, because, you know, they come and then they don't come back. So I want active moderators, so that way when we do have these big streams, we're able to moderate the chat. All right, Butterdog to the rescue. He's got it. He's got it. So, yeah, we're watching latest Recon missions into this. Get up, Butterdog to the rescue. All right, so... And I thought there was going to be a lot more information. That's why I was thinking that I could go live a little longer, but there really isn't much information to cover. We'll make this a 3-hour stream, though. So another 25 minutes or so we'll be live for answering your guys' questions. Hey, what's up, RO Force? So what are your thoughts? What's your intensity forecast calling for? What's the lowest pressure and the strongest winds you'll get this down to? Yeah, I think we're definitely having an Eyewall replacement cycle. It is very evident, absolutely evident. I think we are seeing something of that sort taking place. I'm waiting for new data to come in, though, on this system. And we have not any new Recon mission. What's up, Grade D54? I do recognize you from my past streams, so I hope you're doing great. I think you told me that your friend or someone works at the NHC, which is awesome. Maybe I'm wrong. You're very welcome, Laureen. I do appreciate that very much. What's up, Brian Track Hurricanes? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream, my guy. I hope you're having a great, fantastic Sunday. Probably not so much with those temperatures down there in Texas. Pretty warm and probably quite humid as well. Thank you, Policy. I do appreciate it. A lot of people are going to shock with the new projections, Mike P is saying. Yeah, Mike P, what are your thoughts about this? Do you think, I want you all to let me know in chat, what are your thoughts? Do you think this is going through an eyewall replacement cycle? I want to hear your guys' thoughts. And let's see if we did get any new updates on 3, and we did not. We don't have any new updates on 3. This may become a tropical storm, and boy, if it does. If it does, we could have a second name storm. We could have a second name storm, potentially. Wow, that would be one of the shortest lived tropical, only 2 advisories on that. So, yeah. On number 3. So, yeah. Watching all your videos from Ontario, Canada. Thank you. You're very welcome, Esme. I do appreciate that very much. Can you bring up the radar on hurricane, please? So the only radar data that we have in this update is really this from the Air Force mission just from earlier, indicating that there is indeed probably an eyewall replacement cycle taking place. We're waiting for more data to come in for their other pass through the center on that system. So we're waiting very patiently for that. And we don't have that out yet, but once we do, we will bring you the latest structural information on that system. But this is all we got, and right now this is the radar on the left image. So radar left, winds on the right side, and we can see anything in purple is hurricane force winds on this. So how is Trinidad looking tonight? So when we take a look at Trinidad, let's go to our H-Wharf model on Beryl. And as we do take a look at this, definitely a intense hurricane on approach to that. But Trinidad, which is way to the south here, probably only going to see tropical depression force winds at the very most. Tropical storm force winds to the north of that in Tobago, which is the green area. So anything in green here on the hurricane model is tropical storm force winds. Anything in purple is hurricane force winds. So tropical storm in dark green and brighter, purple hurricane force winds and brighter. And right here is where we have major hurricane force winds on that northeastern quadrant of the circulation, is what we're looking at. What's up, Mad Hava? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Caleb? NZ, how are you doing? So again, Anyone living on these islands needs to get prepared for this. Eyewall replacement cycle does not mean the system's weakening at all. If we actually go to our current analysis on the satellite imagery, here are the islands. Kingstown, we got St. George's, we got Hillsborough down here. And then we got Barbados. So we actually got a wind report there with gusts up to 31 miles an hour from the northeasterly direction. And then here is your wind max on the northeastern side. I do believe it's going through an eyewall replacement cycle. Impacted Trinidad. So Trinidad, once again, is going to likely get some tropical depression force winds and some intense rainfall out of this. All right, that's what I do predict that's going to end up happening is as this pushes or as this moves to the west-northwest, just to the north of St. George's Island, we're going to probably end up having a tropical depression force winds on this. And if you look at the satellite imagery, you can see where tropical storm force winds likely are, somewhere in this quadrant with hurricane force winds that are over here. You can actually use satellite to estimate that wind size, which is pretty cool. I see you on every tropical weather channel, honestly. Well, that's because the YouTube algorithm likes to recommend this to a wider audience. What about St. Lucia? So actually, I hope we're able to bring up our high-res model. This is one of the higher-res models that we have. This is not the a hurricane-specific model, but you can see on this one, we are seeing sustained winds of about 40 miles an hour. Does a pretty good job. Maybe 47 offshore, but overland, of course, right along the coast, probably even 39 miles an hour. But when we go to wind gusts, that's when the gusts are much stronger, perhaps 69 to 70 miles an hour as this passes just to the south of Barbados. But look at this. We got other islands that are going to be impacted by this eventually, especially as the center moves right over Hillsborough on this model. Man, that is quite intense. These winds here, 150 miles an hour potentially on this run. And to make matters worse, even maybe 155 on that northern quadrant. So yeah, you can definitely put this into perspective. Some of these islands right here, Large Island, 140. If you're in Belmont, 139 mile an hour winds. Heritage, 138. But we got to understand too, the topography here really going to amplify the wind to some degree. Ashton Island there in the windwards, definitely getting some intense winds around this. Look at the wind gusts. I'm curious of what the wind gusts are going to look like. Yeah, as this approaches, man, those are some intense winds. 213, I don't know about that. I don't know about 213 mile an hour winds. 180 miles an hour, probably overdoing it. 200 miles, that's insane on this model. And this is on the AROME model. Let's see what the icon shows. A lot weaker, of course. The GFS doesn't do a whole good job at that. The only model that we really have that's high resolution is this model. Even some vorticities in there. Look at that. Got some dancing low pressure systems on this. And look at that confluent zone. Actually, this does really good at modeling that. You can see a confluent zone right over St. George's. Over Grenada Island. And that's where you're going to have the most intense winds developing. Now, as we take a look at the higher elevations, let's go to 330 feet high. Yeah, not far above the surface, sustained winds, 168 miles an hour, perhaps 170 even. That's incredible. A Cat 5 is not possible. Okay, this is not a... I don't know how accurate this model is, but I mean, I cannot get the HRRR or hurricane models. This is only for this area. Okay, because if I use a European model, it's going to only show wind gusts of about 100 miles an hour. It's not a high-res model. That's the problem. It's not high-res, so it's not going to resolve the equations as good as, say, our AROME model. Maybe you guys have more stats on how accurate this is, but to me, it's a little aggressive, but it's the only one that is going to get the job done at this point. Now, looking at the 2,000 foot level winds. Okay, come on. Looking at the 2,000 foot level winds, those are insane. Very strong, because once it passes over some of these taller mountains, especially in Grenada, you can see what we could be looking at. And then that moves off. And this only goes out to 4 p.m. So this is a 24-hour model, basically. And how often does this render? I'm very curious. Update interval is every 6 to 7 hours, so it is a meso model of some sort. How fast is this moving? At about 17 to 19 miles an hour as we speak. That's how fast it's moving. Yeah, that eye is really getting clouded over. That's about 18 miles an hour as I predicted. It's a high-resolution model, yes, Hurricane Lee. But I don't know how reliable is it. I really don't know. So, the South Eyewall is dead. Well, let's take a look if it really is dead or not, shall we? Yeah, they did not get, we did not get any new data in yet, so we're going to have to wait for that a little longer before we get that in there. Oh, they're going to do another center pass. It does not look as healthy as it did this morning. Man, this morning it looked very, very intense. But the northeastern Eyewall, let's see what it got. Still got category 4 force winds, though. So it is an intense hurricane. But I think it's going through an Eyewall replacement cycle. That's what it really looks like. If Weather Nazario was here, he could actually help me decipher that. But we'll have to wait and see. It's got to be an Eyewall replacement cycle of some sort, though, is how I'm seeing this. David, what are your chances of this becoming a Category 5 if it can complete an Eyewall replacement cycle by midnight? 0% chance that it becomes a Category 5. It's not going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't see it happening at all. Just because I mean, it's only got 30 hours to get to as strong as it might get, and then it weakens. Because there is a lot of shear out here in the Caribbean. Down the road, that is. There's a lot of shear. And a hurricane this small, this early in the season, it's not going to go very well. It really isn't going to go very well for the system. Now, if this was late August into early September, then yeah, it'd be a different story probably. You're not a very good actor, are you? So you're referring to me about that? To be quite honest, I'm not. No. Anything is possible at this point. It went from tropical depression to category 4 within 24 hours. Yeah, but an Eyewall replacement cycle, once that happens, it could take about 12 to 18 hours for that to complete itself. And we'll have to wait and see. I think the shear will increase to about 15 to 20 knots, Brian track hurricanes in the central and western Caribbean. Which actually our model's completely out right now. Let's see what it shows. Looks like an eyewall replacement cycle might take place over right off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. And this here looks like it could be fairly strong on approach to that towards the Yucatan Peninsula at that point. Correct, 18 hours. Hey, I got something right at least. So it's got about 18, maybe 19 hours yet left before it reaches the islands. You should make a channel on your Discord where I can put my models. Oh yeah, by the way, for 610 people that are watching, we do have a Weather Force Discord server. If you guys want to participate in that server, there is a link in the chat. Let me know if it works. If it doesn't, I could invite you all to the server. In fact, I'll just do that anyways because, invites are disabled. Okay, so I cannot invite people. That's crazy. Maybe Butterdog can do it. I will make the channel later, RO Force, because I'm live streaming right now on the hurricane. So, yeah, I will add that later. But you could show me your prediction. Can you please fix the graphics quality? Can you guys see my screen fine? Is it high definition? If it's not, it's probably because your internet's probably not in good strength. I don't know. My graphics is... The graphics are good. Okay. What chances for Galveston, Texas? Less than 5% right now. NHC projection. So this is the latest look at the National Hurricane Center. Again, hurricane warnings are up. I want to make it clear. Hurricane warnings are up for the islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, as well as Tobago, with a tropical storm warning issued for Trinidad. Hurricane watches are issued for the Yucatan and also for Dominica south of Guadalupe Island that are under the threat right now. And here's a look. Major hurricane at least through the next 2.5 days before it becomes a hurricane or weakens to a hurricane just south of Jamaica. And again, the cone of uncertainty is still consolidating or swallowing up Jamaica, which means there is still a possibility that the trend model trends could keep this going, could trend north or south. That's what we're seeing. And then, of course, over the Yucatan, it could end up being a tropical storm. When you take a look at, again, the weather alerts from the key messages for Hurricane Beryl is this is expected to be an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane when it reaches the Windward Islands. This is a very dangerous situation, and residents in these areas should listen to local government and emergency management officials for any preparedness and or evacuation orders. All preparations need to be rushed to completion today. And again, this is a potentially catastrophic hurricane with hurricane force winds and a life-threatening storm surge, and damaging waves are expected when Beryl passes over portions of the Windward Islands, with the highest risk of the core in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada as well, beginning early Monday morning. Hurricane warnings are in effect for much of the Windward Islands. Remember, this is the last thumbnail from the complete advisory earlier showing a tropical storm watch for Trinidad. It is now a warning, so that means tropical force winds to some extent are expected. All right, so that's what the product actually shows. And then when we look at this forward, you can just see I just updated it. That has become a warning up from a watch. St. Lucia, like I said, is under a hurricane warning. St. Lucia is under a hurricane warning at this time. So that's what this indicates. Sorry if I missed your island. You're under a hurricane warning. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Tobago, St. Lucia are under hurricane warnings. So as Dominica works tomorrow, but not me. So you're probably not going to go to work. And that's fine. You got to get prepared. Good one, Mark. Reminders for those people. If your image quality is not the greatest, it could be one, your internet connection, how fast your internet is, and two, you need to click the gear icon. I think it's on the top right side of the screen, and click on 1080p. That's the best quality you'll get on this stream. If you're not able to get that, then maybe your internet's not sufficient enough to get the best quality. By the way, I want to let you all, or ask you all, what's the image quality on your end? Let me know in the chat. Is it 720? Is it 1080p? What are you getting right now without clicking on the gear icon? Because on my end, it says excellent connection. I have no connection issues at all since the stream started. So, praise on that one. Model is rendered. Ooh, I'm excited to see. Aero Force. Let's see what he predicts. Oh, wow. You do show weakening. Okay. I wish I could. It's not a git. Okay, so 962. So you're 962 there, 968, 970, 970. Okay, yeah, it shows you weakening. It shows it weakening, so you do see that happening. Good graphics, bud. That's great. I like that. So, yeah, Aero Force weather model. Okay, mine is 1080p, so that's good. 360, but I'm driving. Okay. Jesse Strong said 720. Mine 720 on auto, but I changed it to... Okay. Yeah, you might have to go in there and change it to the highest setting, because YouTube is going to optimize the live stream to your current internet connection. How strong is it? Because that's what if I watch other people, I know a couple of you that go live on here on YouTube, sometimes it's horrible quality, but then I have to go in there and change it to 1080, and then it actually is better. So make sure you go into your settings and you adjust that if necessary. All right, they're about to get the center again. The NOAA Mission 2 is about to fly it in once again and will give us some good, important data. We do not have any new update on the mission yet. We'll have to just wait and get some data when it comes out. You're very welcome, Air Force. So a lot of people are saying it's 480 and 720. I'll tell you right now, it's fine on my end. It's perfectly fine on my end. Otherwise, YouTube would let me know in the streaming studio thing that I use that it's bad connection. And I could show you guys right there, excellent connection. Right there, excellent connection. We're fine. The eye is about 15 miles in diameter still. It has not expanded at all. It's about the same diameter. And we're more than likely getting an eyewall replacement cycle that is in progress. It is currently in progress right now. It's definitely there. And we can look at that based on our latest imagery. We actually go to 3D. I haven't shown this to you all in a while. You could actually see it. And we'll go to the last 75 minutes. So, because each of these are about a minute long, minute increment, you can see what it's looking like. So looking at the 3D, that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's a look at the 3D. Pretty cool, isn't it? All right. I did already. Lost Soul, don't worry. I got it. I got to it. I beat the mods to that. But it definitely looks like the eye is definitely gotten a lot cooler. Thank you so much, Colleen Priest. That's the 3D. Pretty cool. As we track the hurricane. And we got more airplanes flying into there, so let's see what we got. Oh, and we got the center. Let's see what it's showing us. Oh yeah, this definitely weakened. This is not as strong as it was. At least on the southern eyewall doesn't look very intense. We'll see what the northern eyewall looks like. Ashton Wallace, I took care of it. I took care of it. We're actually going to have to add a little bit more moderation, at least for the hurricane season. Because, yeah, the chat can get a little out of hand. And that's to be expected when you have a very large audience watching my content. You're very welcome, Elsie Fairbanks. I love your last name, Fairbanks, Alaska. It's beautiful but dangerous. Wow. Yeah, it is not. It looks a little weaker on satellite because of that eyewall replacement cycle. But that is one heck of a storm. That is pretty intense. 958 from a drop zone. Yeah, that's from earlier. Timo, what's up? We all love David. We all love you. How about that? We all love you guys. Or I love you guys. You're very welcome. Do you anticipate high winds at St. Lucia? Definitely. St. Lucia is going to definitely get some tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force wind gusts, that's a must. That's going to probably end up happening more likely than not, which could blow down trees, power lines. So if you haven't already, board up your house if you can. What is this that I'm looking at? This is Hurricane Beryl live on Radar Omega. This is a meso floater imagery, folks. So this updates every minute, every single minute. So yeah, it pretty much is. And at times this updates even every 45 seconds. So we're getting you guys the latest live information as honest, no hype, no dipe at all. This is as honest, realistic, and latest information you can get. Thank you, Jard, or J Bird. Thank you so much. Oric 3D, how are you doing? Thank you, Erica. What's up, Dolson? Welcome to the stream, buddy. We are tracking Hurricane Beryl live, folks, on the stream as it happens. As it happens in real time. I wish we had live radar from here, but that's fine because we have live radar from here. This is realistic radar, and look at the eye there. It definitely looks like the eye is definitely open on the northern side. Definitely open on the northern side, which explains why we're not getting some intense winds on that region of the storm, where we have a still well intact eye that's taking place. Probably a sign that an eyewall replacement cycle is in fact happening. When we go over to, let's go down here. Let's go to the naval on this. See if we got any new. Okay, no, that's not the right one. I need Beryl, please. There we go. I'm going to see if we could find any new updates. That's from 18Z, so that's not very... Oh, wait, no. 2206. So that was a few hours ago. It looks very lopsided, actually. Very lopsided. So it's probably that northerly or northeasterly shear. We definitely have, on this one, we have a well intact eyewall, but on the northern side, probably even some drier air getting into the system. And look at where a lot of the rainfall is occurring on that southern side, is what we're pretty much seeing at this point. That's why we're not seeing this, and that matches pretty well with what we're seeing currently on the radar from windy.com. Let me see if we could actually get another radar site. Nope, we're not able to bring one up out of this region. But this is what it looks like right now. This is real-time radar, and we are getting some heavy rain bands within that, about half an inch to an inch an hour. And in the meantime, we're going to wait for our hurricane mission to pop out on the other side so we can get some updates. But it's definitely struggling now. The eye is not as clear as it looked before, which could be a good sign because that might mean it's weakening and it's no longer intensifying. But we'll see if that changes overnight tonight. But yeah, that's a look at it right now. Here's a look at radar, Bridgetown, Spreetstown in Barbados. So we're looking at some heavier rainfall over that area. This is probably not the most high-resolution radar, but it's going to do the job. It's going to get the job done as well as it can. From windy.com, and if we actually play this through, you can see how this all evolves. It's got to load the frames up, but you can see it right here. We go, yeah, here we go. So now it's got to load more up so you guys can actually see the animation of what this actually looks like. You can actually see it right there. So pretty cool. So there's the eye. No velocities on this. So if you guys are asking for how strong are the winds based on velocity, I don't think there's radars that do that out here. At least not internationally. What's the ocean temps, David? This is coming from Colleen Priest. They are in the mid to upper 80s. They are very warm for this time of the year. If we actually open up a new window, we could go over to Mike's weather page, and when we actually take a look at our sea surface temperatures, our actual temperatures, this is not 100%. This is more than likely the average, but they are right around 84, 85 degrees. You know what, actually? I never knew that I could do it on here. Is when we actually go to our ocean temperatures, you can plot this down. So there's a lot of products that I can choose from on this. This is a pretty good program that I use. I'm trying to find our sea surface temperatures. There we go. So right now, water temperatures are about 85 degrees, and the water temperatures are only going to get a little warmer, about 85 degrees once they get into the Caribbean. And then eventually, possibly up to about 85, 86 degrees is what we're looking at through the entire duration of this hurricane. So right now, the system is moving through water temperatures that are very warm. Not a problem, 84, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Oops, I don't know what happened there. Okay. Let me go back. There we go. Lost the system for a second. Oh, we might be trying to get that eyewall to wrap all the way around now. It's a little bit open on the northern side, but we will see if that actually closes off. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. This is over Barbados. So we're looking at Barbados. We're looking at the system on Doppler radar. Not much lightning strikes with this, other than just a lightning strike there and down here to the south. That is the hurricane that we're looking at. And when we overlay this with the satellite, it actually matches. So we're looking at both satellite and Doppler radar in real time, which is pretty cool. By the way, if you guys haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so. We are at 708 likes. So thank you all for hitting that like button. Let's get this to even more likes, to 1,000 likes if we can get there. I do appreciate your guys' awesome, diligent support, inviting your friends and family to this. I really enjoy doing these live discussions on the hurricane. I can't guarantee if I'll do them all the time. I do want to kind of, again, balance the channel out a little bit with some video content and some live streaming as well. I think this is like the 4th or 5th live stream in a week. So actually that makes up for some of the lack of streaming back in May on my channel. So yeah. Please go back to the weather. Oh, you're probably referring to someone, Mark. Because I'm on the weather already. But yeah, here's a little bit of a rain band moving over Barbados, whole town. Bethseba, getting a little bit of rain, some lightning out of that potentially. Look at this. We got even a little thunderstorm taking place over St. Vincent, where we have rainfall rates there up to about 0.3 of an inch an hour. And then you go a little further north, we got a little bit of windward showers going on. But this is where the action actually is. Um, what category Hurricane Jamaica will get? 1 or 2, or is it more? At the very most, probably a category 2. Probably a low-end category 2 with 100-mile-an-hour winds. Possibly, maybe a category 1 at the highest end of about 90 miles an hour. But we're not expecting it to be a major hurricane based on most of our models. Other than a few hurricane models, keep it a major hurricane. And you know, that's the interesting part of hurricane models is that, yeah, they have their own ways of forecasting. But like I said, there's really not a whole lot to talk about this right now, other than just to live track it a little bit as it continues to move off towards the west-northwest. Texas and Louisiana need to be prepared according to K-Pop Lover. Like I said, there's decent spread in the model guidance. Okay, so if we go back, okay, the Canadian model is going to show one thing. All right, when we take a look at our Icon model, it's going to have a different scenario. So there's not much certainty yet on these models if southern Texas or Louisiana are going to get a landfall out of Beryl. It's not for certain yet. All we know is it could approach the southern Gulf of Mexico potentially within the next 5 days or so as it continues to move off towards the west-northwest. When you take a look at our ensemble, just the possible cloud of possibilities, you can see right here, here is the ensemble from the Euro on Tropical Tidbits. Look at how that cloud expands. Look at that. It expands and is not a set-in-stone deal for one place. And then look at this. We can see where those end up being. So there's a huge cloud of possible outcomes on this forecast. And it's all dependent on the ridge to the north and how strong Beryl is going to be. And when we play this through, there's a lot of different outcomes on this model. So I want you all just to be weary of that. And then on the GEFS ensemble, similar outcome, a lot of decent spread on the ensemble forecast. And even on the global ensemble prediction system has definitely some different solutions on that. So, in other words, still uncertainty. That remains. But the good news is after these two waves pass through, things look to get a little bit more stable. So tropical activity will come to an end as we go into the middle of July. And it's supposed to be that way. So, how bad will Grenada be affected? So Grenada is going to get impacted pretty hefty with hurricane warnings that are in effect. So we got hurricane warnings that are issued for that area because of the fact that we do have some high winds that are anticipated from Beryl as it moves generally westward. And so that's what we are really, really watching closely. And that's why the NHC does have hurricane warnings for that area for many reasons. Is Barbados safe now? No, Barbados is not safe. You're under a hurricane warning, which means you need to be taking precautions. What's up, Cactus C? Nothing much. We're just hanging out here. Still streaming on the hurricane. So yeah, we're keeping an eye on the information as this comes in. What about Jamaica? Once again, so southern Jamaica, let's go back to our models. I love doing this because you guys are new. As people are joining in, they're going to ask me that question. What about Jamaica? What about me? I just tuned in. So right now, again, Jamaica on your screen. Yes, you have a lot of rainfall to contend with, lightning strikes, some flood concerns as well. Look at that Eyewall, though. Doesn't look so good. We're looking at some intense rainfall. So if you're cruising along those waters on a boat or on a cruise liner on vacation, yeah, those people are going to go around this. Don't fear about that much because the ship goers, the ship people that steer the boat will know what to do. And then, of course, later on in the period, we'll see what the models want to do after it gets past the Yucatan Peninsula. But for sure, there will be impacts, and those impacts right now on the windward islands of Trinidad and Tobago, including for Barbados, as well as St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the next 21 hours or so. And that's what we are seeing here on the model. Chase, you missed a little bit. There was... starts with a D and it ends with an A. All right. There was a lot of that. And actually some of the viewers were asking for our moderators. Where have they been? So, yeah, there was a lot of D. It starts with the D and it ends with an A. You're very welcome, Fab Photography. Is it going to Texas? Once again, there is a lot of uncertainty if this is going to Texas. A lot of you folks, that's a good thing. You guys are asking that question. If I was in Texas and I was watching someone else's stream, I would be asking the same thing. So, is this going to hit Texas? There is a very slim chance. I mean, the color code on the side of the screen here indicates your chances of potential impact. And a 5% chance in southern Texas, yeah, that's a very slim chance. I'm not really betting on anything in that area right now, just because there's such a low chance. The confidence is not really there on exactly where and when this is going to impact your area in Texas, or if it does at all. The eye is clearing up. No, it's not. Is it clearing up? If there's definitely an eyewall replacement cycle, though. That eye is definitely... it's still cooling. It's still cooling off a little bit. The eye. I don't think it's getting more stronger. I'll have to see, though. Yeah, I don't think it's warming up. It's not clearing out. Is this really an eyewall replacement cycle? I'm trying to figure that out, but by the looks of things on Doppler radar, there could be an outer eye trying to form. So this is the inner eye wall, and this could be that outer eye wall trying to form. Probably something trying to, the outer eye trying to rob the inner eye. If it happens quick enough, though, it could end really bad. It could intensify pretty quickly. We'll just have to see on if that actually happens. Recon does not say it is a eyewall replacement cycle. See, that's the thing is, let me look over this data a little more carefully because there is a second wind maximum on this northern side, though. But let me actually go in. Let me go into the data partition of this and see. It does look like there's a second wind maximum forming right out in here. So there is a second wind maximum that is forming. So there is some sort of an ERC taking place. I'm quite sure about that. I'm very confident because way radar looks right now, there is definitely a secondary eyewall that is forming and trying to choke off that inner eye. JWD, holiday tracking, what's up? How's Barbados? So Barbados, again, is getting some heavy rain right now. You're going to get more rain and more intense thunderstorms as this passes, as this heads right in the general direction towards, again, if you are on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados is going to get a lot of rainfall. By tomorrow morning, you'll be waking up to a lot of wind and rain for sure. I remember you, Jonah. I do remember you. What's up, Ashton Wallace again? Is it possible to hit the Bahamas or no? There is no chances of this hitting the Bahamas as of right now. So there's a 0% chance that it hits the Bahamas. An eyewall replacement cycle means the inner eyewall gets choked off. So you get your inner eye, right? So here's my hand for reference. You get the inner eye that is well established, but then you get the outer eye that forms, which then will choke off the inner eye. As this occurs, the maximum winds usually then develop in the outer eye wall, but because of the centripetal force, because the laws of physics of the conservation angular momentum, the tighter the smaller the eye is, the more intense the winds are actually going to be, versus a much larger eye. In this case, the winds will actually weaken substantially, possibly to a Category 2 intensity hurricane. Ron the Mac, our weather observator, says still calm in Trinidad and Tobago, ATM 9:23 at the moment, 9:23 p.m. Thank you for that. Thank you, Titan, for that. I do appreciate that. So, sorry for the silence. I'm just looking over chat right now. There is indeed rain for Barbados as we speak. Yup, no surprise. Surprise, ladies and gentlemen, there is some rain falling. And probably some intense rainfall too. Again, this is not the highest in definition, but it does a pretty good job. So there's some outer banding showers moving in. Will everywhere in Jamaica get hurricane force winds? Ricardo is asking. Not at the moment. I am not seeing that. If we go forward, I'm just seeing tropical storm force winds at the moment, but it is not surprising that some of the other models. Let's look at the GFS model. The GFS model actually does want hurricane force winds over your area briefly. That is a guarantee there with some heavy rainfall. But if we look at our hurricane models on Beryl, it is a different story at showing a lot of heavy rainfall. And, of course, tropical storm force winds. And that's one interesting looking eye, though. Okay, there is rain by me. Let's just agree to disagree, as I don't believe it may fall everywhere. Stay safe. Rain in Barbados. So people are reporting rain in Barbados. Nice. It's probably nice to get some rain, right? It's always good to get some moisture until a big monster hits, and it's not so fun. People are popping fireworks early in my area. Oh, don't worry about that. They're doing it here too. Last night when I got last night when I got home shortly after, once the sun started setting, I could hear fireworks going off. And it's not legal. Yep, people don't like to listen sometimes. People like to light off their fireworks up in the air. That's how people are these days. I don't think 4th of July is going to be active here because of the heat dome. Hey, Aaron, how are you doing? You're in... I forgot where you live. I'm sorry. You're back across the west because it sounds like that heat dome over your area, or over our area, which is California. Tell me about misery. It is going to suck. It's going to be terrible. Now, you're in Central California. Just to take a little brief break on the tropics, I did want to address the temperatures. It's going to be in La La Land. Yeah, it's going to be very, very bitteringly hot. Take a look at these temperatures. These are the temperatures for Thursday in our area. 113, 114 degrees. That's going to be a lot of fun. 115 perhaps on about 4 p.m. is the hottest time of the day. Look at down here, 117 degrees perhaps. Yeah, not so fun. Not so fun at all. So that's a quick look at the temperatures for your area. Shouldn't get too bad down here. Are you ready for VC, Justin? If not, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's fine, Justin. I'm probably gonna end this sooner than I thought, just because Eyewall replacement cycle going on. Not much new updates tonight. The system hasn't intensified anymore. Eyewall replacement cycle probably taking place right now. And yeah, there's definitely a second Eyewall starting to develop with this. It is definitely starting to develop. What is the strongest wind Jamaica will get from Beryl? My guess is between about 50 to 75 miles an hour, with wind gusts up and over 100 miles an hour is what I'm predicting. How's that little depression looking like behind Beryl? It's not a depression. It's called an invest. An invest. And it's barely make it out. You can barely tell. If anything, it looks like it's right in here where the deeper convection is. And I is trying to warm up a little bit on Discord. Say, Silas Shorts, what's up? I'm one of your friends on Discord. Yeah, sorry if I haven't gone to any Discord. If you've been messaging me, I'm so sorry. My life is not like it used to be 3 years ago. It's changed. Number one, I'm more mature. And second of all, I'm more busier. So that's why. But still join the Discord server. I am going to try to make more time on Discord. It's just every time I'm on Discord, no one's there to talk. And so it's like, why be on Discord if no one's going to be active? So that's why. That's one of the reasons why. So please join. Please join. And usually the more members we get, the more active the server will actually get. So, yeah. David, my birthday is coming up in August. Nice. When in August is your birthday, Corruption? What day in August? Sorry if I did forget your birthday. I can't remember everyone's birthday, you know? The 6th of August. Oh, okay, so it's a month. It's going to be a month from Saturday. This coming Saturday. Nice. Yeah, that's the hottest time of the year where I live, is usually in early August, late July, early August. What's the peak of hurricanes? Erica, you're asking. Very rarely will hurricanes get stronger than about 140, 145 miles an hour. That's usually the kind of the average upper limit for most hurricanes. But some can reach Category 5, and if they do, they can get awfully strong, surpassing 170, 180 miles an hour. But not very common will you see that. Not very common. How bad will it get by the time it gets into the Gulf? I have added some words to your question to kind of make more sense of what it is. So right now, my intensity spread is between a tropical, low-end tropical storm, 40 miles an hour, to as high as a Category 1 hurricane with 75 mile an hour winds. 75, 80. FYI, California's fire season this year has been insanely active. Oh, I could agree with you on that, Justin. And you want to know what's going to really make it active, potentially? You want to know, Justin? Can you resend that? Resend that link for the app you were using for the hurricane. What app are you? The Windy? If you're referring to windy.com, this is what that is. By the way, you need a premium account to view some of the stuff on here. So if you don't see satellite, you're going to need a premium account. And that's what I have. You have to be subscribed to use pretty much all of the features that are on here. I hate to break it to you, but, you know, something you just can't get for free. Wow, 118,000 acres. Oh my gosh, Justin, that's crazy. But Justin, did you hear what I said, though? You want to know what's going to really make it worse? You really want to know what's going to make it really worse the fire season? I'll tell you this. The insanity of this heat wave coming up for this week, for 4th of July week, it is going to be terrible. Yeah, you're getting it lucky down there. It's not going to be so bad. Actually, let me check for SoCal. Yeah, you're very lucky. You're not even under an excessive heat watch. But yet, you could see temperatures in the 80s and 90s. My gosh, I'm just seeing this for the first time. There's an excessive heat warning on the coast. On the coast of California. Oh my gosh. Sorry to over-exaggerate on that. That is incredible. All right, so that aircraft is done flying into the system. Let's get another aircraft. Let's see what they show. Yep, we're getting one more aircraft in there. Oh gosh, there's no Eyewall anymore, folks. There is no more Eyewall. The pressure hasn't came up though, but there's no more definitive Eyewall max winds anymore. Justin, I hope you got that. Oh, yeah, I love your iteration there, Justin. Fireworks, comma, heat, excessive brush growth. Huh, sounds like fun. Yeah. I know you're being sarcastic about it, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I know we're going to have a couple of wildfires out of this heat wave. It's the north wind. Get this, Justin. Talk about temperatures in my area of 108 degrees to 118 degrees potentially on Wednesday. And get this, north winds coming down the valley, 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. And get this, dew points in the 40s, upper 30s to lower 40s means relative humidity will be at around 5 to 7%. 5 to 7%. So, yeah. I mean, it could really end bad. It could end very bad with this heat wave. And yes, trying to look for the guy that I was talking to just a second ago in Central California. See, I forgot Aaron. That is. Yeah, I hope you're ready for the heat, buddy. Which, by the way, Death Valley, you guys, if you guys are wondering about how hot Death Valley is going to get, don't even ask. Because it's probably going to be about 130 degrees. 130 degrees. 124 to 130. Cal Fire, Los, LNU, the man, is this for my area, Justin? Are you referring to my area for that? Oh gosh. And actually, really quickly, let me look at the fire danger. Okay, yeah, there's extreme fire danger. There's extreme fire danger. Oh, yeah, extreme fire danger. Wow, okay. That's not fun. That's not good. Oh, oh yeah, we're definitely getting an eyewall replacement cycle. It is 100% happening, folks. We got an eyewall replacement cycle. Caluso, Lake, Napa, Sonoma, Solano, and Yolo counties. Oh, that's in my area. Well, Titan, so my reflection of air temperature is actually a little bit different than the actual. So interesting enough, folks, that are wondering how I measure temperature is it's called relative, absolute, and relative air temperature. So absolute air temperature is air, assuming that the air doesn't mix sufficiently with winds less than 5 miles an hour and radiatal heat coming off the ground, means that your absolute air temperature will be 130 degrees in the lowest 6 feet above the ground. Now, the relative air temperature is assuming if the air mass or if the air mixes to about 5,000 feet, or actually to about 1,000 feet, and you get winds greater than at least 15 miles an hour. So the absolute temperature in Death Valley is 131 forecasted for Friday and Saturday, but the relative temperature is 122. If that makes sense. Wonder how strong it's going to get. Someone is asking. Well, for that, let's ask Justin. Oh, Justin, I exactly know where corruption is. Corruption lives over here in Oklahoma. Thanks to severe weather, he lives in the Tishomingo, Oklahoma area. And there's a big burst of deep convection happening on that system. Justin, I also wanted to ask you a question again. What are your thoughts about this? This is definitely an eyewall replacement cycle taking place, correct? I mean, it's got to be. There's no way that this is not an eyewall replacement cycle. Definitely an eyewall replacement cycle, but also likely a hint of dry air. Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That really does. Because of what we're seeing, that northern eyewall is open. That northern eyewall is definitely open. Can you check HAPS A simulated IR satellite from 03Z to 12Z Monday? Sure. That matches up. What we're kind of seeing. And then the eye could form back again once over the islands. But that really is going to determine. Okay. You can usually note an eyewall replacement cycle by explosive cumulonimbuses in the inner eyewall, but general decay in the cloud pattern. Yeah, this is looking a lot more anemic than it did this morning. It doesn't, I mean, it's barely holding on to its eye now at this point. It's very burstiness. It's really bursting. But Justin, there's no shear on this though. There's no evidence of wind shear. That cloud top is negative. Yeah, negative 117 degrees. Wow, that's cold. That's pretty cold. That's a very intense convective burst. No notable shear. It's misfiring. Oh, Chase says it's misfiring. So there's no shear. So that's because it looks yucky looking. It doesn't look like it did this morning. And what I mean by that, it does not look anything. I mean, it looked a lot more organized this morning than it does now. Like, it looked like a very classic Category 4 hurricane. Yeah, see, it does not look like it did before. It's really... because of the shear. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, that's definitely evident. The eye is... there's definitely a second eye wall. We have yet to get an update. I don't think they update that very often then with their hurricane mission. Because it's weird. It's not on here, though. Oh, wait, no. Here it is. This is the latest mission. Okay, we got new update, folks. Look over this data. I'm actually going to send it to you, Justin, in DMs. I want you to review this for me and see what you think. Hopefully you understand this just enough. But I think that was the latest. Yeah, this is the latest data that I was able to get. Yeah, pressure hanging really steady right now. It's not strengthening anymore. Is the obvious secondary eyewall forming? Yeah, definitely. That is for sure. Now, my question is, Justin, for 600 people that are watching, is how long do you think this eyewall replacement cycle will last? That's the key ingredient here. If this completes quickly, we could have strengthening on the other side. But my question is, how long will this take to complete? That's my everybody's question. Probably is simply that. New Orleans is out of the woods for right now. There's no concern of it hitting Louisiana anytime soon in New Orleans. Not right now. Colleen Tree said 14 hours, 6 to 8 hours. Depends. Eyewall replacement cycles can complete very quickly, but it can also take a long time. Given the rapid contraction of the eye right now, I guess it would be competitively fast. 6 to 12 hours. Wow. That's not good. That means by tomorrow morning, this could make a jump, a brief jump at a stronger intensity once the ERC completes. And we have another hour, folks, before the NHC updates their complete advisory, and we will be updating you all on that. We will do a full detailed update once once the NHC does their complete advisory. That's the 11 o'clock. So I'm guessing it has probably peaked. Gosh, that eye, look at that eye, Justin. Man, that's a very small eye. Now you'll be able to VC tonight still, right, Justin? If so, I'll need a charge of my iPad. Because you know what's going to happen if we talk on Discord? It's going to bleep out again. My sound card sucks. Can you check the halves B? Sure. So you said probably, so I'm going to charge my iPad then, just to be safe. Woo! Man, it's hot. Wow. Man, oh, living. It is hot in that back bedroom. Eeh! And it's only gonna get worse, too. Yes, my room, the back bedroom, because the sun hits the roof 14 hours of the day, I'm imagining it's probably going to get 106 degrees. Believe it or not. Who wants to sleep in 106 degree weather? I bet no one wants to. And guess what? I get to work on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm concerned I'll actually get heat stroke, even so if I stay very hydrated. What is an eyewall replacement cycle? It's called an EWRC means, or an ERC means eyewall replacement cycle for short. So basically it means the eyewall, the inner eyewall. Actually, Justin can better explain it. But think about this inner eyewall, folks. The inner eye dies away. It evaporates, okay? And then the outer eyewall that's right here will rob the inner eye. And once that completes, things could get bonkers, can go bonkers very quickly. Or bonkers. Do I have a Facebook group? Yes, I do. And boy, I need to get more on it with the Facebook group. Let me send you guys a link to that. I'm actually surprised that someone even asked me that, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I actually enjoy that very much. mean, someone's interested, right? This is my Facebook group. That is my Facebook group right there. I've been doing some tropical stuff on it, but it's really for the locals, not for the international kind of thing. So, yeah, that's the Facebook page that I have. And again, it's for local weather. If you want to know, it's on the intro. Oh my gosh, I got a lot of followers all of a sudden. Holy cow, got a lot of followers coming in. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. Thank you. Because of that, I might have to do a post tonight. I might have to in regards to the Central Valley heat in the Sacramento Valley. Because that's the big talk. This and the hurricane, of course, but you know, it's local. It's got to be for us as Sacramentoians. Can't even talk. Thank you, David. Wow, we got a David over here that subscribed. So thank you, David Delgado, for subscribing. I do appreciate that, bud. So that means we have two David. We have me and we have another David that is subscribed to the channel. Also, just for a heads up, this is a radar air beam right here. So there is no data coming back to the radar. So you connect the dots. We are definitely seeing an outer eye developing quickly. You know what, Justin? Justin, if you're still here, let me know. I think that Eyewall replacement cycle might be getting there, a finishing. Probably in the next 3 to 6 hours. Yes, I did hit 21,000 today. I hit 21,234 apples. Invest 96. As much as I want to track Invest 96L, I don't see that one being as big of a threat as we thought earlier, because there's going to be some shear, as what the GFS shows. Yes, maybe a tropical storm, probably going to be a tropical storm of a 40 mile an hour. Nothing like, oops, sorry if I talked too loud there. Nothing like Beryl, though. I don't think we're going to see anything anywhere close to Beryl. Which, for reference, and Justin agrees with me on this, we are not supposed to have major hurricanes this early in the hurricane season. This is not typical. This is not normal. This is unusual. We don't start looking for major hurricanes until at least August. Early to mid-August is when, on average, we start looking for those. And really in September, if we don't have a major hurricane in September, then something's got to be wrong with the atmosphere. Because we'll more than likely have more than at least 3 or 4, maybe 6 or 7 major hurricanes. And given the fact that we have our first major hurricane, we have a long way to go. I'm afraid we're probably going to have at least 8 to 10 major hurricanes this hurricane season before this is all said and done. It's in the process of replacing. I'd give it another few hours for sure. Okay. Makes sense. It makes perfect. You know what? This eye is wobbling, Justin. This eye is actually wobbling. So, yeah. Clear. It's very clear now. Let me see the eye temperature really quick. Geez, Justin, the eye is warming up again. I think the eye is warming up inside. Has Beryl's wind speed increased? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's about the same, maybe a little weaker. It has not increased in wind speed as of recent hours and is likely weakening for now. It may re-strengthen after the ERC or Eyewall replacement cycle finishes. I mean, theoretically, if we look at the NHC intensity forecast, theoretically, if all magical serves, it's got pretty much, it's going to be on the weakening trend. Well, it's at 130 now, so technically it's got until at least the next 24 hours to do something, and then it's going to gradually weaken. But if what the other models say, maybe not so much on the H-Wharf. All right, see you back here in a bit, Justin. That's definitely an intense eye, though, looking eye. 56-degree temperatures now, so that has warmed up considerably from earlier. So we're going to have to wait and see if this is actually strengthening. Not quite, though. I don't think it is, because our cloud tops around this are negative 80 Fahrenheit. But the northern or southern end is really intense with the deep convection. So, will it affect Jamaica? Yes, it is going to get very close to Jamaica according to some of the modeling, which could bring devastating impacts, including serious life-threatening flooding. And you can see here's an outer band moving on through right now. See it? You can see it right there. Then, of course, here is your eye. The cute looking eye. Man, that roof. My ceiling is 92 to 95 degrees right now. 95 degrees. Even with the air conditioner on, my office is very warm. It is insane. You can see the weather station over there. It's probably hard to see, but it is definitely really warm. It's 84 degrees in here with the air conditioner blasting. How warm is your house, you guys, right now? Probably really hot unless you have a good air conditioner. Will all of Jamaica get tropical storm force winds of over 39 miles an hour, Ricardo? You're asking. I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure there will be some sort of tropical storm force winds over that area. Kevon said 10 p.m. in Barbados, no wind or rain. We're on at right now on the southern end of the country. Southern end of the country, so that's crazy. Well, give it time. It's still early. That's interesting because you're getting northerly gusts there at 38 miles an hour. So it's interesting there's no wind there. Because I'm getting 39 mile an hour wind gusts right now, according to the airport. The airport is telling me that there is wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. The trees are still, I'm close to the sea as well. That's interesting. You're not getting wind. I'm going to check the wind dynamics in your area. In what part of Barbados are you in, bud? Because I'm looking up the wind dynamics right now. Man, chat's going so fast. Pebbles Beach. Ooh, nice. So let's go to Pebbles Beach. Because that way I can bring up the wind dynamics. Pebbles Beach. You're in the southern end, right? So right there. Ooh, that's a nice beach. Looks good over there. So you're probably getting a little bit of a barrier effect, I'm guessing. That's strange because you should be getting a lot of wind, or at least some sort of wind. According to the airport, though, you're getting winds out of the north-northwest. Or north-northeast-ish. 81 degrees there, too, so that's really warm. I'm still here. I'm fixing my vacuum right now. Uh-oh, what happened to your vacuum? What happened to your good old vacuum? I don't like vacuums, and that's because they throw dust in your face sometimes. You know, it just spits out dirty stuff, and it really irritates my nose, so that's why I don't like vacuums. No wind in Grenada either. Well, system's a little far away from that area. I want to look at Pebbles Beach really quick, just for reference. Man, that is a very nice beach. That water, nice and blue. Why can't we have that here where we live? And there's Grenada, which, by the way, it will pass just to the north of Grenada. Man, that eye really has warmed. 57 degrees now? Are you serious? I wonder if that eyewall replacement cycle has completed. Man, it's close of doing so. Jamaica, please. I love you guys. I love you guys. I can count. No offense. You guys are doing good at being curious for Jamaica. But I can count at least 400 or 500 requests in today's stream. What about Jamaica? Is Jamaica going to get hit? Well, of course, when there's 3 million people on Jamaica itself. you're going to get more people being curious. Excuse me. This water has warmed up. That's how warm it is in my room. I'm drinking Barbados water. No, I'm just kidding. So, Jamaica, tropical storm force winds, more than likely going to happen. Heavy rain, definitely a big issue. That's what this model is showing right now at the moment. Lots of heavy rainfall, possibly water spouts and tornadoes over the island, perhaps with these feeder bands coming in. Yeah, a lot of problems, I'm telling you. Not looking good for a lot of you that live on Jamaica, but especially on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada. Yeah, it's going to be a war zone with heavy rain and wind over that area. I just cannot imagine living on some of these islands. I mean, look at these islands. Let's just take a quick look at them. I mean, who would want to live, gosh, on some of these islands? I just could not do it. I just could not do it. They're small. Three miles in diameter. And then you got some people that live here on Palm Island. It's only a half a mile in diameter. So small. I will be nice. I'm being nice, Chase, over here. But I'm just saying, I can't believe, I mean, I cannot, I mean, islands are pretty, okay? I will agree, islands are pretty, but when a hurricane comes in, it's like, there's no way out but to take a boat or fly out. You know what I mean? It's just like, you're trapped. You're really trapped if you don't get out in time. And that's the scary part. That's what scares me. That's just, yeah. Jamaica, not enough information you're giving. I'm trying to give as much information as we can. So what information do you guys want me to give about Jamaica then? About the hurricane in that area? We know tropical storm force winds are going to impact Jamaica. More than likely than not, heavy rainfall will lead to some flood concerns. That's what we know in tonight's update. All right. Will it be a major hurricane? That still remains to be seen on our hurricane models. Only one model now has us at a major hurricane as it passes to the south of Jamaica. The impacts do look to be storm surge, especially in some of those coves, some of the estuaries, the gulches can collect that water, and we could have some storm surge problems on some of those coves. And of course, maybe some landslides and rock slides due to some saturated soils. I mean, look at how much rain you're going to get, and that's going to lead to a lot of problems, especially the backside of this. How long before the next update? 45 minutes. Probably about 40 minutes, in fact. Right now, Jamaica's okay so far, but later on, that's the rain that you all are going to have to deal with. Unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be a big issue depending on which model we look at. The H-Mon looking at something different, well, pretty similar with its heavy rainfall. When we take a look at the HAVS A model, very similar with a lot of rainfall in that area. And HAVS B also showing quite a bit of rainfall, but not as intense as the other models. But it is really going to be important on how this survives, how this is going to succumb to the shear that is about to increase over the system in the next 36 hours or so. If the system completes that Eyewall replacement cycle and is able to get much more intense, which I believe we're beginning to see signs of that Eyewall replacement cycle completing. You can see the outer Eyewall is getting ready to complete. and choke off the inner eye. This is what's left with the inner eye, and now we're beginning to see this outer eye beginning to form. And the fact that satellite presentation is very, very concerning on this. I mean, that eye is now 60 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly. 60 degrees is really whoppingly worryful. I cannot say if this has intensified anymore yet, but it is not weakening. I mean, if we look at the prior images, look where it was, -6, -50, only as cold as negative, actually earlier, it was as cold as only about 0 degrees. And now we're back into the 50s, possibly 60-degree range with this. So that means the eye has cleared out a little bit more. It's definitely not weakening, though. I don't think it's weakening. If that's what you guys are wondering, it is definitely not weakening. We got a definitely good picture on the radar showing us that. How will Beryl impact Dominica? So Dominica is up here. Oh wait, yeah, Dominica, the island. You're definitely gonna get some windward showers because the flow is gonna do this. So you're gonna see your flow channel up those mountainous terrain on these islands. So actually, depending on the structure of the showers, you may not get hardly anything on the other side of these mountains because of the rain shadow effect. Whereas the front side, you could see 4 inches of rain easily out of this storm. But on the leeward side, you're probably only going to see about a half an inch to maybe an inch at most with this. And of course, maybe low-grade tropical storm winds or tropical depression force. But that is a very impressive secondary eye wall that is trying to close off. We will wait and see what the NHC says. So we have now gone a new shift to the imagery, which helps. So now we're good to go. And we're able to see the islands now. See the islands? There is Guadeloupe, Dominica, Martinique. This is St. Lucia. This is St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. I got all of my islands. Okay. I actually remembered all of them. That's the first time in a while. So, yeah. You guys will be like, good job, David. You did it well. You're very welcome, Jeffrey. But yeah, this is becoming more symmetrical again. At least in the last hour, we're seeing the cirrus outflow expand southward, and it's more symmetrical on all quadrants. So it is possible that ERC might be completing a bit faster than what we thought. Because it looked a lot more asymmetrical. Now it's trying to come back a little bit. Yeah, it's slowly, only slowly coming back. It is going west-northwest now. Yes, it is. Here's the thing. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Sorry, Ryan Hall, y'all. I like your pronunciation on that. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Alex Baller 75. Hey, David. How are you today? I am very good, Alex Baller. So, Alex Baller. By the way, Alex Baller is a hurricane expert as well. He is stationed in Miami, near Miami, Florida. Actually, right there by the National Hurricane Center. Sorry if I, so that way people get a little bit of a background who you are and stuff. So, Alex Baller, what are your thoughts of this? Definitely an eyewall replacement cycle taking place. But do you think that eyewall replacement cycle is completing pretty quickly? I want to hear your thoughts on that. I thought he did. I thought he did. Because that's who I heard it from. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Maybe I made it up. What about this? Don't be feared. Don't be feared. Be prepared. That I made up. Yeah, see, there you go. Maple magic you typically associate with them. Yep. Oh, yeah, that was 10 years ago, Chase. This is very hard to tell right now, but I do think it's still undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle, but it's really hard to tell since this is unusual for late June, and we have many factors working against each other. Okay. Now, Alex Baller, how strong do you think the hurricane is right now? I think it's under 130 miles an hour, but I want to hear your opinion. I'm going to send something to you, and this is the latest data. This is the latest data from the Recon aircraft that we got, and let me send it to you. All right, make sure you have your Discord open, buddy. Thank you so much. I think it's 130. Trey War said. It's 130 now, but based on our eyes, right? Our eyeballs, including mine, looking at that. It's cooling off a little bit. That eye is still there, though. It's important to take note of. Nico, how are you? Good job, David, as usual. You've been going strong for a few years. Doing this now. Your growth is amazing, brother. Can't wait to see the coverage late this summer when other crazy storms go through the Gulf. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a long haul on the hurricane season. This is June 30th. But you know what? I don't believe it. It's August 30th, folks. That's what I'm saying right now. My world is on August 30th. It's August 30th, not June 30th. Because the water temperatures are as warm as they are on August 30th. The upper ocean heat content is as high as it can be in August 30th. And we're seeing a Category 4 hurricane when it shouldn't belong here on the 30th of June. It's moving at 15 miles an hour now. You're kidding me, Weather Alert. Stop it. It's not moving at 30. Are you serious? Are you serious? Dude, if it's moving at 15 miles an hour, that's going to be a problem for the islands. That means more heavy rainfall and more flood concerns. If it's slowing down, that's a bad thing. That's bad. I know. For me, it's September the 2nd, according to these conditions. I know. It's crazy. It's just absurd. I'm watching it on Radar Omega. Modern hurricanes are becoming lazy and moving much slower. Oh my gosh, you're hilarious. People are noticing the shift north. That's due to the eyewall replacement should track more north. That's why Jamaica will be in the direct path, along with your Gulf states. There it is. Oh man, this is close of completing. There is the eye, folks. Look at that. That secondary eye wall already almost closing off. Almost closing off right now. Man, that looked a lot more like an eye wall replacement cycle an hour ago. Not so much. So wait, you're saying, guys, if you live anywhere that is not Tobago, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay. I see what you mean. Yay, we got 2 hurricane experts in here. Alex Baller 75 and Justin. You're back. Justin! Can you VC? Please? Let me know when you're ready, then I'll have to go get my iPad. Remember, we got to do the iPad thing, because if not, the audio will blip out. Have not had a drop of rain in Trinidad yet. Yeah, Trinidad. Well, yeah, it's because you're over here. You're not in the favorable zone for heavy rain. What's the prediction for Chris? Wait, Chris has formed, hasn't it? If it formed. No, it has not. I'm afraid that might happen, though. It's probably going to be Chris, you bet. When will it make landfall in St. Vincent? So right now, based on the latest H-Wharf, or the Wharf model, H-Wharf, that is, St. Vincent, there's probably not going to be a landfall on St. Vincent, but the Grenadines, it will make landfall right around 8 to about 11 in the morning. Your local time, not my time, your local time. And it's at the moment not expected to make landfall in St. Vincent. Eye is cooling off, someone is saying. Man, that is coming close. Justin, are you able to VC, buddy? I don't think I got your message. If you did say something, I didn't see it. Yeah, it's cooling off a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, not yet. Will it hit St. Lucia hard? It looks like it's going to hit St. Lucia pretty hard. Yeah, it's going to hit there pretty good. Yeah, you may not get hurricane force winds, but you're certainly going to get some heavy rainfall. It's in other words, you're going to avoid the hurricane force winds most likely, but you're not going to avoid the intense rainfall that could lead to some pretty significant flooding and storm surge. Saha, no, it won't hit St. Lucia hard. Main concern is some strong gusts. Well, I'm looking at the hurricane model. St. Lucia's right here. Oh, wait. St. Lucia's up here. Oh, my gosh. I get my freaking islands confused. Well, it is going to hit there pretty good. There is an intense rain band, so it does kind of count. St. Vincent. See, these islands look almost alike, but I got to flip them around a little bit, and then we're good. So, yes, St. Vincent is going to get hit very hard with near hurricane force winds. St. Lucia is not going to get hit with hurricane force winds and is going to be most likely tropical storm force winds with gusts up to at least 70 miles an hour with very intense heavy rainfall. Sorry about that, folks. I needed to flip the... See, I get it down and then I don't. Because these islands. So, because it's really hard to make out these islands sometimes on the map. I mean, I can see them, but they are hard to make out a little bit because there are all these little lines and stuff. Barbados, I can tell you for sure that is Barbados. So, I not gone Barbados wrong yet. Barbados... gonna be on a tightrope, gonna be on the tug-of-war tightrope of the Terminator portion of getting heavy rain and not. Grenada will get a equivalent hurricane wind, likely 75 to 80 miles an hour with gusts in excess of 90. That's about right. That's what I think is going to end up happening too. Oh, by the way, Alex Baller, how do you like my tropical outlooks? I haven't done it in a while because now we're tracking this system. Well, how do you like my outlooks on Twitter? They're calling for 145. Yes, Dan. According to the latest advisory, they are still calling for 145 mile an hour winds. Thank you so much, bud. I do appreciate that. They are very good. I do appreciate that so much. Yeah, when it comes to the tropics, I'm all over the tropics. I like tracking the tropics actually more than severe weather. Not that I don't like tracking severe weather, but severe weather, for one thing, impacts a bit of a smaller population because the storms are more isolated or scattered. The only time I track severe weather is when there's like moderate or high risk events, especially a high risk, then that's when I'll go live on it. 30-mile radius for strongest winds. So the winds in that area do expand at least 30 miles out from the center based on our satellite data. Oh, we got new convection firing off again on the southeastern side, and our eye has warmed up a little bit more. We're now up to 55 degrees right now. 55 degrees on infrared. No, if it's a derecho going through a city of 5 million people, yes, I'll go live. I'm sorry if I didn't, though, Chase Bank McLean. I did call you Chase Bank McLean. What about Trinidad and Tobago? So again, Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago has a hurricane warning, and Trinidad has a tropical storm warning. Yes. We have about 20 minutes remaining before our next advisory update. You're very welcome, Audrey. I do appreciate that. I have a very bad feeling it's going to turn towards Texas. Well, that's her forecast. We all have our opinions, right? Use Zoom Earth. Zoom Earth. Okay. Yeah, this is a hurricane warning right now. Up, I got it. It's better and you can zoom. That's funny, I can't get live radar. We have a problem, Alex Baller. Can't get radar on this to work. Oh, that's because they don't cover this. That's why. Yeah, I like using... I would prefer to use windy.com because it's more interactive and you can actually see the cloud tops and stuff. I'm using windy.com, folks. Justin, if you could help with the links, because people are asking what am I using. I am using Radar Omega sometimes. I'm using windy.com. And I'm using, of course, the National Hurricane Center. I'm using Tropical Tidbits for weather modeling. And I use real-time tropical cyclones. I use this website to get that information as well. So that's what I use. These are the sources that I use for that. Actually, I gotta thank Justin for this website because he referred me to this website. I'm like, I mean, whoa, this is the coolest thing you can actually get. And it gives you the latest forecast on the intensity and everything. It's pretty cool. You get the ship's model, you get the Recon data and everything. It's pretty stinking cool if you ask me. It really is. Have you seen the Outbreak storm chasing game? Yes, I have, Alex Baller. Man, there is some deep convection flaring up on that southeastern side, though. Why doesn't this automatically update? Oh, yeah. That's a big, big explosion of deep convection right there. Wow. Huge CB right there coming off that. $15 minutes. When there's a convective burst, it usually means... So if there's a new convective burst, it just means that... There it is right there. It's been pulsating on this side. So what it means is that the inner eye or the outer eye is intensifying. Is what it actually means. And there's negative 116-degree cloud tops. That is pretty cold. Man, that eye has really warmed up, though. 57 degrees, Justin. I just wanted to let you know that, Justin. We're up to 57 degrees in the eye. Are you able to talk now, Justin? Please. New NHC advisory. They did not update this. You guys, how are you getting this before I do? They did not update this. That does not make sense. Probably on Twitter. Probably on Twitter. Yup, probably on Twitter. I'm going to go to Twitter right now. Yup. Hurricane Beryl advisory 10. Beryl still a very dangerous category 4 hurricane. Okay, so they are not dropping the intensity. That's a shocker because the eye is a little more ragged. Well, it's gotten a little bit better now, but still. Gosh, 4,000 views in 1 minute. Let's make that 59 reposts. Wow. See, why do they put it on Twitter before they do the advisory then? That's crazy. I want to read the discussion though. I'm going to read the discussion. We're still going to be here even so it's out right now. And thank goodness it has arrived 16 minutes before. All right, are you all ready to hear me read? No questions now. Questions end here. We're going to read the discussion. Are you all ready? Type yes in the chat or put a green check mark emoji if you're ready. All right? Or raise your hand. Either way you put it if you're ready, okay? All right. Everyone's ready? A lot of people are ready. So no questions now. Questions will be disabled for the time being. Let's go, people. Also, open your ears and listen to the details because I'm going through the entire advisory package. That's my job. I know we've done this a couple of times already, but still it is important that we talk about this, all right? Make sure your family and friends come in and join as well. So we're going to go through the entire product discussion as it would be with a video. So as always, folks, thanks for, let's see here. Let me make sure I got everything. Actually, let's just do this. All right. So good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here from the Home Weather Office with another detailed tropical weather outlook and discussion on the evening of June the 30th, 2024 at around 7:45 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Hurricane Hurricane Beryl has been a big problem over the last couple of days as it continues to move off in the general west-northwesterly direction, and it continues to maintain its intensity after rapidly intensifying over a couple of days. Since then, the intensity has leveled off to 130 mile an hour tropical storm. We take this is as close as we can get on this system, and you can see if we kind of play this through, we can see some deep convective bursts that are continuing to happen on the eastern and southern sides, an indication that the eyewall replacement cycle is getting underway. And when this completes, will be to be announced. The sooner the eyewall replacement cycle completes itself, the better the chances that this could briefly re-intensify on the other side. We did get a couple of a lot of helpful information from the 0Z time frame in regards to how the structure of Beryl evolves. Right now, of course, on the latest Recon pass, the last tail Doppler radar mission that flew the mission into Beryl does indicate that we do have an inner eye that is beginning to wane away, and we have this secondary eye wall barely evident here that is beginning to rob the inner eye. We're not seeing hints of a secondary wind maximum yet because this came out just earlier, but we're probably seeing that taking place here with the strongest winds on the northern end of the circulation, which isn't surprising because when systems move this fast, generally westward, we get the strongest winds on the northern flank of the system, and they are at 96 to 110 knots, which makes this still forebodably a Category 4 hurricane with 130 mile an hour winds. And when we take a look at our product information, then we will get talking about our product advisory, because everyone's wondering about that. But it is very important that we really focus our attention on these products since this is the complete advisory. So let me update all of these really quickly, and then we will get moving. So here's here's a look at the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This yet has to update, so we will actually skop along and look at our product discussion here. So there are a few pieces of evidence that show that Beryl is in the middle of an eyewall replacement cycle in ERC. The clear eye seen on infrared satellite imagery earlier today has become a little more clouded over during the last few hours. In addition, data from the last leg through Beryl, both from the Air Force Reserve and NOAA hurricane hunters, indicated concentric eye walls, which also matches current radar imagery we are receiving from Barbados Meteorological Service. Hence, this is what we're seeing. So if we actually go and stop with the discussion really quickly, we can see this secondary eye wall of sorts is beginning to develop, with the inner eye wall nearly consolidated, actually kind of falling apart with the secondary eye wall. It is going to be very critical on how complete this can actually become in the next 6 hours, as we do have a little bit of a weakness of that northern eye wall that is taking place, with a very well established eye wall on the southern side, which actually might indicate that a third outer eye wall is beginning to form. So this may not be the first eye wall replacement cycle that Beryl deals with. We might have a third eye wall soon to cover and rob the second eye wall. Something that Teddy did, and actually not Teddy, Howard, oh no wait, Harold or Howard, it was one of those two hurricanes had. Actually, we'll just use Teddy because Teddy is a good reference point of that, when several eye wall replacement cycles were happening and that eye grew to be pretty big. And usually big hurricanes resist what is later to come once the system transverses the Central Caribbean. So when we take a look now at other products here, the earlier SSMIS microwave pass at 2150 also showed a formative outer moat forming outside the smaller inner eyewall. I didn't see that. Okay, thank you NHC for correcting me on that. In response to the evolving structure, 700 millibar flight level winds from NOAA and an Air Force plane are a bit lower than observed earlier today. And the latest round of Dover estimates also support a slightly lower intensity. However, the initial intensity will remain at 150 knots for this advisory, given a couple of drops on observations in the northeastern quadrant of Beryl's inner core that do still indicate that Beryl is still a Category 4 hurricane, while flight level winds do not show that. Aircraft fixes indicate that Beryl continues to move briskly westward at 280 degrees at 17 knots. There isn't much change with the track forecast philosophy, as an extensive mid-level ridge poleward of Beryl should maintain its westward to west-northwest motion for the next few days as it moves through the Windward Islands, so maybe a little typo there, through the Windward Islands and into the eastern Caribbean Sea. The ridge does become positioned more northwest of Beryl towards the end of the forecast period, potentially allowing the hurricane to slow down gradually once it reaches the northwestern Caribbean Sea. The track guidance this cycle is quite similar to the previous cycle, and thus the latest NHC track forecast is also quite similar to the prior advisory. So given the evolution to Beryl's inner core structure tonight due to the aforementioned Eyewall replacement cycle, ERC for short, it won't be surprising to see a short-term fluctuation down in Beryl's peak winds, though Beryl is expected to remain a dangerous major hurricane as it crosses through the Windward Islands tomorrow morning. In fact, there could also be a bit of re-strengthening after the ERC completes in the northwestern Caribbean, or after the ERC completes in the northwestern. Okay, I'm a little confused here. Re-strengthening after the ERC completes in the northwestern Caribbean. I don't know if that was a typo. And that is reflected in the short-term forecast. After 48 hours, a subtle upper level trough to Beryl's north could induce a bit more westerly vertical wind shear over the hurricane, and some gradual weakening continues to be shown after 48 hours. However, it should be emphasized that Beryl is forecast to remain a significant hurricane during its entire track across the Caribbean region. Through more prominent weakening is likely if Beryl crosses the Yucatan between days 4 and 5 as shown in the latest forecast. The NHC intensity forecast remains in good agreement with the consensus aids and is only slightly adjusted from the prior advisory. So we can see here that still a 140 mile an hour hurricane in 48 hours and still will remain a Category 4 hurricane through the next 36 hours. So that 145 does not seem forecasted now on the NHC, but still 140 is nearly as strong as 145. It's not going to mean a whole lot here at this point, as regardless as it is, we're going to see devastating, catastrophic impacts to the Windward Islands as this moves through. Next 48 hours, we're looking at a Category 3 and then thereafter. But remember, 100 miles an hour, folks, is a Category 2 hurricane. And yes, 4 days from now, we're looking at a hurricane. So even so it weakens from a Category 4, that does not necessarily mean it's going to weaken altogether. And that's if the shear could actually have some impact on the structure of Beryl. If Beryl refuses to weaken due to the shear, then we could have a very different situation as this gets close to Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. So let me update this. This should have came out. So this is explicitly the latest from the NHC, still keeping hurricane warnings for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, as well as Tobago, as well as St. Lucia, with tropical storm warnings that are in effect for Martinique, with a tropical storm watch there to the north. So that's going to be for Dominica. And then, of course, you have tropical storm watches out for Trinidad. Still the hurricane, or not hurricane watch, but tropical storm watch is in effect still for southern Haiti. Of course, that is not surprising. And the hurricane, well, there's no watch here yet, but there will be soon. Probably in the next advisory, complete advisory, that is, we're probably going to get a watch out for Jamaica, as this is going to pass uncomfortably close to Jamaica, and then eventually, as it approaches the Yucatan, again, 100-mile-an-hour winds approaching the Yucatan Peninsula, folks. This needs to be taken pretty seriously. Again, Category 2 hurricanes can be as devastating as Category 4 or 5 hurricanes. If there's enough moisture, there's going to be a lot of rainfall, and there's going to be a lot of flood problems. And then, yes, explicitly shown in the NHC, tropical storm now over the southern Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be the third one of this hurricane season. Yes, it's very hard to believe. It doesn't matter that this has developed. What really matters is the same areas again. This whole area of the Bay of Campeche and off to the west has been getting repeated hits so far this hurricane season, with Alberto, now with Beryl, well, Chris, then Beryl. It's just very unfortunate. Well, Chris, if it becomes named, but Tropical Depression 3, you get the idea. Just, it's not going to end very well for these folks that live along the Yucatan, as well as the Bay of Campeche, as this moves through that area. And remember, conditions in the Gulf are very favorable and are always favorable with sea surface temperatures. So here's a look at the key messages for Hurricane Beryl. Beryl is expected to remain an exceptionally, extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane when it reaches the Windward Islands. This is a very dangerous situation, and residents in these areas should listen to local government and emergency management officials for any preparedness and or evacuation orders. All preparations need to be rushed to completion today. Potentially catastrophic hurricane force winds, a life-threatening storm surge. That's a big one. Catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected when Beryl passes, when it barrels through over portions of the Windward Islands. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, and we're going to unpack this a little bit. So what I just said is expected when Beryl passes over portions of the Windward Islands. So that means if you are on the Grenadines here, okay, south of St. Vincent, some of these smaller islands, this is a very bad situation. You are in a life-threatening, potentially unsurvivable situation, especially on the smaller islands. There could be some overwash on some of these islands due to some storm surge and high surf and surge as well. So keep that in mind. This is not a good situation, and everyone on these islands needs to be evacuating if given by local officials and local authorities and emergency management officials. All right? This is not the time to stay behind. It's probably even too late by this point. Well, it's not too late because tropical storm force winds have not officially arrived on those islands, but it needs to be done ASAP. Okay? Let's see here what we have. St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada beginning early Monday morning. Early Monday morning, you're going to wake up to terrifying winds, rain, and flooding. Hurricane warnings are in effect for much of the Windward Islands. Okay? Heavy rainfall and localized flooding are expected across the Windward Islands through Monday. Beryl is expected to remain a very powerful hurricane as it moves through the Caribbean. Remember, a Category 4 with 140-mile-an-hour winds at peak. Just because it weakens, folks, does not mean the impacts go away. This is going to be a serious situation through the entire Caribbean. In the first place, we're not supposed to have a major hurricane this time of the year through here. And second of all, even so, it's 140 to maybe 120. or 20 to 40 miles an hour weaker isn't going to matter a whole lot. It really isn't. This is a very big situation unfolding. All right, and anyone in these areas, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, the Cayman Islands, Jamaica, Hispaniola, you need to consider getting preparations going. All right, and if we backtrack, this highlighted area right here is the 3-day cone forecast. This is day 4. This is day 5. So you're within 3 days, 2.5 to 3 days of a landfall or a close encounter on Jamaica. So you don't really have that whole lot of time to get prepared. And the only thing I can do, folks, for you is make sure you are prepared. But I can't speak for you. You have to decide for yourself. That's my suggestions to all of you that are watching this. Okay? Earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds are as follow. We are looking at a 70 to 80% chance of tropical storm force winds on Jamaica based on what I'm seeing here. There's a 100% chance of tropical storm force winds on the Grenadines, the islands of the Grenadines, and I will even throw Grenada as well as St. Vincent into the mix. There is a 100% chance you will see tropical storm force winds of over 40 miles an hour as early as Monday morning at 8 in the morning. So you have about 12 hours, maybe even lesser than that, to make sure you have any preparations completed. I know some of you are going to say, oh, I've been through many tropical storms or hurricanes. We've survived. Every hurricane is different. Don't assume from past hurricanes that you will be good with this system. So here's a look at the surface wind field estimates. And again, the tropical storm force wind field continues to grow slightly, getting ready to arrive on Barbados. Tobago is not far behind, and then these islands, okay, the Grenadines, Grenada, as well as St. Lucia, and even for St. Vincent, hurricane warnings are in effect. I cannot say it enough. Please, hurricane warnings, take those seriously. They're there for a reason. Okay, so Hurricane Beryl total rainfall forecast, according to the Weather Prediction Center and other governmental agencies here, still predicting anywhere between as much as 12 inches. Yeah, 12 inches is very concerning. So it's not just going to be the high winds you're going to deal with. You're going to deal with some significant flooding and rain impacts. And look at some of these windward islands right here on St. Vincent could get a foot of rainfall. Maybe as much as 6 inches of rain in St. Lucia Island, and Barbados, 8 inches locally. Yeah, 8 inches. You heard it from the experts there. And then maybe as much as 4 inches on these other islands. So yes, and Antigua, whatever it is, I would just say Antigua for my reference. You're going to even get an inch out of this system. Yeah, you're not in the center, but you're also not in the clear with rainfall. You're going to get some minor impacts over there. Puerto Rico, about an inch to a couple of inches of rainfall. And then, of course, over here, you're going to see maybe 4 to 6 inches. Low confidence in this area. And Jamaica, barely on the map. The eastern fringe of that, you might get an inch or 2 of rainfall out of this for right now. But as we get closer to that, we're going to be talking a lot about YouTube. So as of right now, just to review our discussion, I wanted to make it clear that 130 mile an hour winds, pressures come up by 1 millibar. That's not very much. It's steady, moving at 20 miles an hour. So this has not slowed down. Someone said 15 earlier, but I'm sorry. Sometimes we can't get things correct. And so the question remains. Now, everyone's asking, and please open those ears up. I am going to do all I can to answer your questions. So invite people, all right? I'm going to take a quick 1-minute pause, invite people, because I'm going to answer you guys' questions. But if it's the same people answering those questions or asking those questions, I'm going to look for the newer people that ask those. All right. So your questions will be answered in this discussion. All right. Ears are wide open. Good. All right. So we're going to get discussing on this. Invite your friends and your family to this discussion. This is realistic, honest information. No hype, no gripe, no type. All right. There we go. So we're going to look at the H-Wharf model first. All right. So there's four different models that we look at, and one of them is the H-Wharf. And this is the worst case scenario because there is many outcomes of this. Some are weak, some are strong, and some are just down the middle of the bowling alley. So we're going to start on our worst case scenario, and that's the H-Wharf model. And as we go forward, we can see Barbados here on the approach, right in here. Yes, I'm talking about you that are watching this live stream. You being on Barbados. Someone lives in Pebble Beach, Barbados. You, Kevin, if you're still watching this, this is for you. Tropical storm force winds by morning hours of Monday as this passes briskly to your south. Again, some mini wobbles to this could mean that this could get a little closer to you. But Barbados right now, probably safe and sane from hurricane force winds. But you're not safe from the tropical storm force winds. Does that make sense? All right. Let's take a look now at our next step forward. Okay, this is closest to Tobago. This little island right here. You have tropical storm force winds too. The strongest winds you'll get is early Monday morning, July the 1st. The first day of July, the first hurricane of the season impacting your area, and the strongest winds you're going to get so far this season. With Trinidad with Trinidad down here, likely to see some form of tropical-like conditions because of heavy rainfall in that area. So yes, tropical storm force winds, not the concern, but tropical-like rainfall will be the big concern instead. And that leads to flooding. Next step forward, this is 15Z Monday. This is at around 10 in the morning to right around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm going to name a few islands down, okay? Down here is Grenada. These are the Grenadines. These islands right here, these small islands, do not get confused. This is St. Vincent. This is Barbados. This is St. Lucia. Okay? I hope I got that right. And then up here is Martinique. Yes, Martinique. I got that all right. And then down here's Tobago. And then down here is Trinidad. All right. I think I did a good job on that. There's your islands. You know your islands. You know what you're going to see. I know it's hard to see this. I cannot speak on the behalf of Tropical Tidbits to make these lines a little thicker. Maybe I will someday, but not right now. And then the strongest winds impact your area in the late morning hours into the early afternoon hours of Monday. And then the winds decrease. But still, as they decrease, you're going to still get near tropical storm force winds until about Monday afternoon or evening hours, probably even into Monday evening on July the 2nd or so. You're going to probably get some impacts with that. And then watch this. Okay, now it is essential. We really got to watch what happens with Beryl the next 36 hours, at least the next 36 hours. There's a chance this weakens, and there's a chance it can strengthen. So, worst case scenario. That's why I have two different scenarios here on my YouTube channel that I'm sharing with you all right now. We're showing you the worst case scenario. What if Beryl manages to re-intensify on the backside of the Eyewall replacement cycle? What could this mean for areas downstream of where your guys are at? So let's go forward. So first off, our next pit stop is going to be right here, the Haitian Peninsula, right along here in Haiti and Hispaniola. Yes, these areas right here could get tropical storm force winds. No, hurricane force winds not going to hit you. But no, you're going to get tropical storm force winds. And that's all you need to get destruction. Down trees, power lines, flooding due to heavy rainfall, that shenanigans. And then going forward, okay, and by the way, this gets closest to Hispaniola roughly about Tuesday night into early Wednesday. Now, there is a lot of talk and a lot of people freaking out in Jamaica. I understand. If I lived in Jamaica, I would be doing the same thing too. Because that's a hurricane headed my way. Right? But there's a lot of uncertainty. And right now, we could praise the Lord about our 18Z model runs that we have that have this now away from Jamaica. The previous run had it on Jamaica. Now this run away from Jamaica with hurricane force winds, which by the way are the purple colors on your screen. 64 knots is hurricane force winds. Tropical storm force winds are in green. All right. Sorry if I'm talking too clear to you guys. If that's an issue, just let me know. I'll try to glance at chat once in a while. But I really want to be clear. All right? I really want to be clear. Because that's my job. All right. So it passes through Jamaica by the time we go into Wednesday morning. The day before 4th of July. So probably instead of lighting off those fireworks, you're probably going to have to contend with power outages. That sort of thing. With very heavy rainfall. And then we can see Cayman right here. The Grand Cayman, that is, certainly getting tropical storm force winds. And, of course, some of these other islands over here, these are little Caymans, or the mini Cayman Islands. You're going to get tropical storm force winds too, but just not as strong. Now, it is essential. Where this goes is... wherever it goes, nobody knows, right? You heard that saying a lot of times. We don't know where it's going to go from here. It's hard to say. And if it goes, and if it jumps a little north, well, looks like Grand Cayman is going to be impacted. If it jumps further south, maybe Grand Cayman won't be as bad after all. With the wind part, but the rain part would be a different story. Now, should Beryl survive the wrath of shear and any dry air entrainment, it could be a problem for people living in the Yucatan Peninsula. It's that type of system. It's not a one and done deal. Just because it weakens doesn't mean your impacts are going to go down. No, I'm not trying to smile at you. I'm being serious, folks. Okay? People think that, oh, it's not a category 4 anymore, at least. That's a good thing. But what is it still? Let me know in chat, folks. I want to hear your guys' answer. If it's not a category 4 hurricane, then what is it? What is it? Right? I'm trying to get you guys to understand. I'm sure everyone understands by this point, but I really want to emphasize it's not done because it's not a category 4 anymore. Because it's going to weaken. We know it's going to weaken in some degree. How much of that weakening still remains uncertain. Who knows? It may not weaken at all. A system this size has a mind of its own. All right. Let's just say it won't matter very much, folks. And I hate to break this to you. It doesn't matter if it's a 115 mile an hour system or if it's a 130 mile an hour hurricane. It doesn't matter. Because what matters is you're going to get impacts. And how significant are those impacts are going to be will be very important. Once this gets back into the open Gulf, there's a lot of uncertainty on where this is going to go. And because of the level of uncertainty, I am going to back off a little bit with showing you guys a 7-day forecast. Some of you are going to ask me, is it going to impact Texas? Is it going to impact Louisiana? It's good to be curious, okay? But it's also not good for me to show you all that, oh, it's going to hit here, and you expect it to hit me or expect it to hit there. Because what if it doesn't hit there? Then I could be held responsible because I'm literally giving you guys information that really doesn't need to be escorted out there. All right. That's why I'm really trying to confine my forecast to at least 5 or 7 days on systems like this. You guys could forecast at your own will. All you need to do is go to tropicaltidbits.com and go to hurricane or go to what forecast models, go to hurricane, and then do a selection down window and click on the hurricane model that you want to view. Then you can make your decision there, or you can look at your global models like the GFS and the Euro. I don't want to be rude, but I really want to be very careful with what we predict. Does that make sense? I'm getting some of the personality here from my business consultant, Steve Allen, really good guy that I like to talk to. And so what's more important is the impacts, right? The wind is one thing, but what about the rain? What about the storm surge? What about the wave action? Right? So that's what we got to look at. Wind is not alone because other things come with it. Here's a look at the rainfall forecast. I'm going to kind of slide through this fairly quickly. Not going to spend a whole lot of time on this because it's kind of the same thing like the wind. Heavy rainfall within that eyewall. Definitely a thing over the Grenadines. Big impacts, you name it. Not going to be a pretty sight there tomorrow. I really hope people are doing as what I say. If not, they're following the local officials and the local authorities. I mean, I would absolutely not want to be on these islands. I would really be terrified if I was at this point with that moving through. Then once this gets to Jamaica, there will be heavy rain. No, you're not going to get hurricane force winds on this model, but also you are going to get a lot of heavy rainfall too. And then once this gets into the Yucatan by Friday, Thursday night into Friday, there's going to be a lot of rainfall, a ton of it. Look at this. This is incredible amounts of rainfall that is going to develop with this. Remember, that's July the 4th. The 4th of July, it makes landfall in the Yucatan. Unfortunately, for a lot of people that would likely celebrate fireworks and 4th of July, might do so instead at probably boarding up their houses and getting ready for a storm. So now, the best case scenario, and we will use the halves A model. Since A plus is like the best thing you can get. So this is the halves A model. Again, winds are very strong here, as we talked about, but look at what it does. It really weakens rapidly, or more like a gradually, at a gradual trend, but still tropical storm force winds and still heavy rainfall over Jamaica. Please understand that, folks. Heavy rainfall will be the impact on Jamaica, regardless if there isn't tropical storm force winds. You're going to still be having those impacts. And then once this gets onto the Yucatan, it could be a low-end tropical storm. But because of the NHC explicitly showing 100 miles an hour of wind, we're probably going to favor the H-Wharf model. The H-Wharf, and let's see the H-Mon. Yeah, so we're probably going to put a lot of weight onto the H-Wharf model in this update. And I don't like to hype up stuff, folks. I really don't. But after going through my head just now and looking at the NHC showing 100 mile an hour winds, unfortunately, that seems to be the case in this update. And then it becomes a tropical storm thereafter. So, yeah, the H-Wharf could be onto something, and it might be resistant. I'm really concerned about this. All right. So, let's go to the spaghetti plot. We're not going to do the super blend in this update because it has not updated from this morning. What we will show you, though, is the 0Z output on the spaghetti plot on this model. So look at very tight clustering within the next about 12 hours. 24 hours, pretty tight clustering, and still. It is worth noting, listen to me, folks. it is worth noting the UK Met, the Canadian model, and the GFS, all three of these models right in here are north of the NHC forecast. In other words, they still have a landfall over Jamaica. So your answer to that is you're not done yet. You are not done seeing a possible landfall possible on Jamaica. As well as the Grand Cayman Island there could get close to having a landfall. And right now, a lot of the models are aiming towards the Yucatan, and then the majority of these models are aiming into the western Gulf of Mexico by the time we go into July the 5th and the 6th. And again, I cannot stress enough, this is going to be a very devastating event through most of the Caribbean, and I just pray and hope, my hearts are out there with you all, that you all are going to be safe. We do not want anyone getting hurt because of our hurricane that is headed your way and you did not have time to preparate yourself. All right, so here's a look at the latest ship's guidance, and we do have some light to show on tonight's forecast. While the potential intensity remains steady on this, again, what could make this as high as it is this. So the maximum potential intensity is about 160 knots theoretically in the Caribbean because of the warm waters and the high upper ocean heat content. But I will tell you what, right now, the shear right now is deemed unfavorable. So that's going to work against this storm in about 3 days. Sea surface temperatures looking very good. Moisture plot looking really good. Upper ocean heat content, not a problem. It's the shear now that we're looking at, and that's why the system looks to weaken gradually through the Caribbean. If it wasn't for the shear, then we would have a whole nother problem to talk about in other locations downstream of these windward islands. And just to note, this is going to remain a major hurricane through at least on approach, potentially near Jamaica, in about 3 days. And then after that, it could remain a Category 2 up until landfall in the Yucatan, if that even happens at all. That is to be announced once we get more information. And again, I want to emphasize, the maximum potential intensity is only taken into consideration if everything is met, and one of these parameters are not met for the system, and that again is the shear. That is this blue line right here, indicating shear is going to be on the increase in the next 3 days, which will arrest any significant re-strengthening with Beryl, at least in the long term. Short-term fluctuations are there expected after an ERC completes. One more product that I wanted to show you all here is, actually, we'll have one more after that, is, in my opinion, on the 0Z output, Beryl has another 24 hours or so to rapidly or to re-intensify from where it's at right now. My intensity forecast right now is a little bit above the NHC, but within line of most of the models, and I do still forecast a peak intensity of 145 miles an hour in about 24 or so hours. Thereafter, rapid or gradual weakening with the hurricane is expected beyond day 2. So yes, if you're asking me, what are you forecasting, David? Your answer is 145 miles an hour possible in the next 24 hours. If it doesn't happen, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. All right, we can't be perfect at all times. And that's what this kind of is. Trial and error in the weather department. So looking at the accumulative cyclone energy, this is another words of describing how much energy or quality over quantity. So you could have 15 hurricanes in a sea, or 15 named storms, and yet get ACE points. For an example, well, let's just say less than 100, less than 76 or 98, right? Are you following me on that? Are you getting what I'm saying? Or you could have 15 major hurricanes that are long tracked and could get you a lot of ACE points. ACE is the quality and numbers are the quantity. Let's just make that simple, right? This gives us how the season performed over the numbers. Numbers don't matter, while the accumulated cyclone energy does. So now looking at the latest radar, well, remember when we looked at the NHC, we're headed towards the end of our discussion here. We can see the inner eye still fighting off, but the outer eye is slowly working its way inward and then will choke off whatever eye is left here. So we are beginning to see the eyewall replacement cycle coming to a close here in the next 3 to 6 hours. Once that eyewall replacement cycle completes, this could re-intensify, and it could be rapid briefly. Quick intensity fluctuations could be possible with this. Don't be surprised when you wake up in the morning and this may have winds of anywhere between 120 miles an hour or as high as 145 miles an hour. It really all depends on how this eyewall replacement cycle completes itself and how quickly, much longer will that be once that does so. All right. Woo! My throat's sore. I'm just saying right now, my throat's sore. Oh my goodness. That was a long discussion, don't you think, folks? Man, did I really spend 45 minutes on that? That's a long time. Eye is getting bigger again. No, it's not. I'm just kidding. Man, that is very organized. But that eye is still relatively cool. It's not really that warm. And the cloud tops surrounding it are not as cool as they could be. Very symmetrical hurricane, though. Very symmetrical. We have Chris now. Oh, gosh. Third named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season, which means Debbie is on the doorstep. Debbie is on the doorstep. That's that little invest out there, 96L. Gonna be our... Man, dude, I'm just saying, if we could get... Well, we won't get 3 named storms at once, but I'm just saying, man, that's ironic for late June. June, folks! We got 3 named storms. It counts. It counts. It literally does. Man. Reports from an Air Force Reserve unit Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicates that maximum winds are now near 35 knots, so the system is being named at this time. That's all they put there. Wow, dude. Wow. I'm telling you guys right now, we got Chris. We've got Chris. And I'm going to make a... man. This is something. This is absolutely something. Chris. I mean... Am I seeing things right? That's Chris. Wow. That is something else right now. By the way, we are 100 likes away from 1,000, folks. Hit that like button. We will be live until we hit 1,000. Let's do it. Hit the like button, folks. If you guys like that discussion. Did I do really good at covering that? I hope I did. I got a tag hurricane track on that one. Wow. That is ironic. Yeah. Wow. 30 days. It's one of those months that makes a difference. 30 days really makes a difference. 30 days, folks. We had no name storms 2 weeks ago. Well, 3 weeks ago. And here we are, 30th of June. We already got a name storm. Thank you so much. I do appreciate 50. We're 40 likes away from 1,000, folks. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and subscribing. You guys are absolutely the best. I'm not the best. You're the best. How about that? The walls are merging quickly. Oh, guacamole. Or did I say guacamole? I think I said guacamole. I meant to say guacamole because I did say guacamole. But 51 degrees Celsius or 51 degree Fahrenheit eye temperature really quick. We will keep it live until we hit 1,000 likes. It won't be long though. It won't be long. Need to make t-shirts. I wish. We will get there when we get big, and when I get a lot of when I get a bigger audience, we will make t-shirts. I promise. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Give it some time. Just give it some time. Probably when we hit 100,000 subscribers, I will probably start making t-shirts. How about that? Wow. Good round of applause from Chase Bank. Is it okay if I just call you Chase Bank McLean? Because your name Chase just kind of, it just goes with it. It just goes perfect. It's only been 5 hours, 35 minutes. No, 5 hours and 47 minutes. How about? We are 18 likes away from 1,000. And just for reference, some stats about this, we have gained 325 subscribers. So I want to thank you all for that as well. We will be live on this tomorrow. Tomorrow we will do another live stream on this. And then, yeah. 2 more likes. We can do it. We can do it. And there we go. We just hit 1,005 likes. 1,005 likes. You guys are awesome. You guys get a clap. I got a clap for you guys. And you guys get a hug. Because you've been here as long as I have. It's like sitting in a car for a long time, Sitting on the chair. My chair is not in good condition. But it's comfy enough to where I can sit here for 6 hours. Yeah, but anyways, you guys are awesome. Before, just a general quick survey. What would you rate this stream? 0 being the worst stream, 10 being the best stream. I need your guys' honest opinion. I'm going to try to do these surveys at the end of each stream, so that way I get some feedback then what I want to do to improve. I need your guys' honest feedback. 0 being the worst, 10 being the best. Let's take a look at chat. 10, 10, 10, 100 still is good. That counts. I can take a 9. I can take a 10. I can take a 9. Thank you so much. An 8 is good enough. An 8 is very good. An 8, not bad. Thank you, Rick. I do appreciate it. Need some serious repentance and prayers, bro. God is not angry. Don't say that, please. It's just nature. It's just how it works. 20, 10 plus. Thank you, Lori Martin. 10, 10, 10. Thank you so much, folks. I love you guys. I do appreciate it. A 6-hour shift. We'll actually go an extra 10 minutes because that makes it 6 even. So yeah, a 6-hour shift. Boy, if I work in California, I'm by the labor law, have to get a 30-minute lunch. So pretty much, I didn't get a lunch today. But a 6-hour shift isn't bad at all when you're enjoying what you're doing. Get it? A stream about the benefits of tropical systems would be cool. A stream about the benefits. Well, there's really not much benefits of a tropical storm because it does cause a lot of mass destruction. The only benefit is the rain, but you can't get too much of it. If you get too much is too good, and too good is too bad, and too bad is too destructive. Too destructive is mayhem, essentially. Storm is moving north a little bit. But you guys are just awesome. Man, every stream I'm excited. I'm excited to do this stuff. I'm actually, and I'll be honest, you guys are honest with me, I'll be honest with you guys. I am more interested in tracking the tropics than severe weather. Not that I don't like severe weather. I love severe weather, believe me. But the wider audience, out there has a lot more interest. And I did talk to my business consulting about this, and he even agreed with me that a lot of people, David, are going to be much more interested in the tropics because it's a system that's bigger. If you think about severe weather, it's more isolated, scattered, maybe numerous. It doesn't impact everyone at once, in other words, right? We could see hurricanes coming. We can see severe weather only a few days out, right? So if that makes sense. The ERC, the EWRC is 95% done. Wow, really? Let me check that. Not quite. It's about 75% done, maybe 60% done. Because it looks, I don't know, I don't know. But again, hit that like button if you guys haven't already. Let's finish strong in the last grinching 6 or 7 minutes of this stream. David, it's a merger. What do you mean it's a merger? Sorry, it's nearly done. Like, I'm still seeing 2 eyewalls. Hurricanes, nutrient supplies and other benefits. Do you think it will hit Trinidad and Tobago in late? I'm late to your stream. Thank you for tuning in. So that's when I'll answer the questions. No, it's not going to hit Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago's under hurricane warning because of how close this is going to get to Tobago, but it is not forecasted. It's not forecasted to hit Tobago. These islands, okay? These islands right here, north of Grenada, the Grenadines, yes, some of these islands, there's many of them, there's little itty-bitty islands, that counts as the landfall. Those could certainly take a huge beating out of Beryl. But all you're going to see in Tobago could be near hurricane force winds, hurricane force wind gusts, pretty much certain at this time. And of course, some very heavy rainfall. St. Lucia, so St. Lucia is up over here. St. Lucia is right here. To make sure I got my bearings straight, and it is St. Lucia, so we're fine on that. So St. Lucia is going to get quite a bit of rainfall with the outer bands likely circulating over your area. All right. So that's what's going to end up happening. The hurricane force winds are not going to impact St. Lucia directly. Could get close, but not. Tropical storm force winds, St. Vincent has a better opportunity of that. Looks like it is going through an eyewall replacement. Got some new people. Welcome new people to the stream. If you guys are new, Again, I love doing these live streams. So if you guys are just tuning in, because I recognize a lot of new faces. Not really new faces, but I recognize a lot of new YouTube profile people here. So if you guys are new, welcome to the stream. It's an honor that you're here tracking this live with me for the next 4 minutes. Can you guys put your questions in there in the next 4 minutes? And I'll do my best of answering every one of them. Don't feel terrible if I don't get to your question, all right? It's been a long 6 hours, I'll tell you. It's been a long 6 hours. I will guarantee you I cannot do that tomorrow because I do have work in the afternoon. I could probably fit a 2-hour stream in tomorrow is all I can do. But 2 hours is better than nothing, right? So tomorrow that stream is scheduled for at least 11 in the morning, and that will go until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Probably like 2 in the afternoon. So I'll probably go from 12 p.m. until 2 in the afternoon to time it with the complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I'm subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. Also, what else is it? What was I going to think? I lost my train of thought. Golly word. Yes, I do track the tropics all season long. Okay, this is not the first or the last system that I will be live streaming on or making videos on. I feel terrible that I've not made a video. May have to do something tomorrow. We'll see, but probably not. But I love streaming. I do enjoy this. So if you guys are new, I welcome. First time here, welcome. I like those emojis that you guys are sending in the chat. Very unique emojis, too. The unknown person sends fish emojis. It's the person of unknownness. The mystery of person. All right. Okay. Give it a couple more minutes. By the way, it is all free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And that unknown person, goodbye. Welcome to the YouTube channel because you're gone. What's up, Red Nose? I love that name. Rudolph the Red Nose Reindeer. From St. Kitts and Nevis. So you're way north of this. You're way up over here. St. Kitts and Nevis. You're not going to get impacted by this at all. You don't need to worry other than maybe some enhancement to the shower activity, but that's about it. Dang, David, laughing out loud. Oh my gosh, you're funny. You guys are funny. I love you guys. Jamaica. All right. Man, people see that I'm going to head off in like a minute. But wait, David, I got a question. But then it goes on and on and on. That's fine. That's fine. Whenever I think the questions are down, I guess we'll just kind of end it then. All right, so here's a look at Jamaica. Once again, we talked earlier, big winds. Well, somewhat big winds, but big rainfall and big flood concerns as well. Notice how I use the term big and significant. I don't use the word, well, I use the word catastrophic sometimes, but I just like that word big. Big flooding, big winds and stuff. That's why I always, when I use hail size references, I always say big hail, giant hail, you know, kind of thing. So big rainfall amounts in Jamaica, as well as some high winds that are going to rotate through the area. And then eventually in Grand Cayman, going to get some big winds and some big storms rolling on through with that. And then this gets into the Yucatan, where it can bring in some big rain, big winds, and big flood concerns. All right, let me see what else. IR, please. IR, please. Okay, let's see IR. Okay, that now, yeah, that has completed. That eyewall replacement cycle might have been completed. I think it's done. I definitely think the eyewall replacement cycle is done now, after seeing that. That eye is still cooling off, though. And the cloud tops are still warming up a little bit. 51 degrees. How hot is it there, David? Right now, it is... Let me check really quickly. Since we're getting to questions, basically the hurricane discussion part is over. It's 81 degrees, got up to about 95 degrees today. Actually, yesterday was a little warmer. Actually, no, today was a little warmer. My bad. Today was warmer, but tomorrow it's going to be much hotter. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it. I am not. I would rather go to Utah because it won't be as hot there. But, of course, you're higher up in elevation. That's probably why it's not as hot. Yeah, well, King L, that's because we now know more information, right? The track, we know that it misses Barbados. Remember, 2 nights ago, we were thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to get hit by this, maybe in Barbados. What is it looking for? Remember, everyone was asking about Barbados. Remember that? Everyone's asking about Jamaica, which is fine. You guys are all curious. But I notice how people are not freaking out as much in Barbados because, well, tropical storm force winds are strong, but it's not as strong as hurricane force, right? I heard California is having a heat wave. Yeah, don't you think? Don't you think about that, right? Yeah. I mean, look how much excessive heat warnings there are. And if it's not hot enough, go to San Jose, which isn't supposed to be 102 degrees. Here's the forecast for San Jose, 102 degrees. And look at for our area. Not going to disclose exactly where I'm at, but I'll tell you it's going to be hot here. 111 degrees. Yeah, that's a red flag warning. So to make it more worse than not, we're going to have very hot conditions, and it's going to be very dry, which means our fire danger is extreme, critical to extreme. And that is not good. That's not what we want to hear about. Did Chris form? Yes, Chris did form. Just a very brief update on that for the rainfall potential for that system. Not going to go into much detail about this, but all I know is, or all you need to know is that there could be a foot of rainfall. And yes, from a tropical storm, folks, from a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm. 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm, you're getting a foot of rainfall. A foot of rainfall. You don't need wind to cause problems. All you need is the moisture, and a lot of it. And that is why there is going to be some heavy rainfall, leading to more mudslides of areas of higher terrain. All right. I am going to call it a night, I think. I don't think I see any more questions. David, what's the peak for this storm? 140 miles an hour. For more information, visit the National Hurricane Center for more information on this system. 3 storms in June? Wow. Well, what about a 4th one? We might get Debbie before the end of next week. There is a potential we get Debbie before the end of this week. That is right after July. I think we might get our named storm. 4 named storms. Yeah, 4 named storms. What time will it pass the islands? So it's going to pass the Grenadine Islands between about 9 in the morning, your local time, not Pacific Daylight Time, 9 in the morning, your time, through about 11 or 12 o'clock, your time locally, in the afternoon, early afternoon. How are we looking for Grenada? Every time I threaten to leave, people actually send their questions in. Bring them in, bring them in. So for Grenada, you're looking at tropical storm force winds near hurricane force for that area. So again, keep that in mind that as if this intensifies a little more, winds could get very, very, very close. And I mean a few miles shy of hurricane force on the northern tip of Grenada there. Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, tropical storm to hurricane force winds, perhaps catastrophic winds on the Grenadines. I'm telling you guys right now, it's not going to end well. Wilma, what's up, Wilma? The strongest hurricane ever, right? Hurricane Wilma. Yep. One of the strongest, 185-mile-an-hour hurricane. Look at you. You had a teeny eye, very tiny eye. And those are the systems you really got to keep an eye on. Small eyes like that could really, really intensify explosively. What about St. Lucia? So St. Lucia, which is up here, tropical storm force winds are forecasted in the next 6 to 12 hours. How things are looking for Trinidad. Down here for Trinidad, pretty heavy rainfall. Some of these bands could impact your area. Possible water spouts, maybe a tornado or two on land with tropical depression, if not maybe tropical storm force winds. More than likely, those will be in wind gusts of tropical storm force. Am I wrong saying this is similar to Hurricane Harvey path? Somewhat, but it is very similar to Emily, Ivan, I believe, those two systems. No, this is not coming to Florida. That's a done deal at this time. It's not coming to Florida. It is not going to reach Category 5 at this point. I do not see that happening. What time will this hit St. Lucia? So St. Lucia, the biggest impacts will be throughout the day. The eye is not passing over those islands, over that island. It's going to be to your south, but you will get some impacts beginning Monday morning and lasting through the early to mid-afternoon hours of your Monday. I agree, Doctor. DR, that's what it means, Doctor. It's not reaching Category 5 as of now. Yeah, it's not. I'm not even predicting it. Are the two Eyewall still merging? Let's take a look. What can be expected on Tobago? So you're expecting tropical storm force winds for sure with hurricane force wind gusts, maybe even a little stronger with sustained winds on there. Oh yeah, good point, Michael Guerrero. What's up, brother, by the way? Are you ready for 115-degree temperatures on Wednesday? And if you guys want to know what I mean by that, yeah, it's looking disgusting. It is looking so disgusting. My weather app on my phone wants us at 115 degrees on Wednesday. Ouch. South Texas is in the realm of possibility, but again, I'm really going to be more careful in future live stream updates on this, because if I say it's going to hit southern Texas, and what if it doesn't? I need to be careful. I'm not confident enough. There's a 2 to 5% chance that it hits southern Texas for right now. Yup, Michael. I hope you're ready for the heat. This Eyewall replacement cycle has completed. Without a doubt, it has definitely completed. And this is about to rapidly or re-intensify a little bit. Mr. Lapo, my prediction for Beryl, category 4, 150 mile an hour winds. That's a little high, my guy. I predict 145, and that's probably a bit on the high side. I would hate to have booked a cruise on this busy tropical season. Yep. If you want to book one, do so in early July after that next wave moves through. Then you might get a little lucky to get some good conditions. Those temperatures are insane. Yeah, they're insane. We got negative 110, negative 104. Yeah, a big solid, even over here, negative 98. We have cold, cooling cloud tops a little bit on this side, but that eye is still a little raggedy. Where is the eye hitting? Again, we cannot know the exact island that it's going to hit, but it is going to hit somewhere, I believe, in the Grenadines. These little islands over here. It's going to hit those areas. Okay. How much of this is going to hit St. Lucia? Probably about 50% of it, which means heavy rainfall. And again, it's going to be mainly the heavy rainfall in heavy rain bands. We're talking about water spouts potentially, and any banding future that we get could actually extrapolate that tropical storm force wind down to the surface. Just keep that in mind. And that's why you could see tropical storm force winds for a brief instant, as that if any bands do set up like this. Top dog, Houston, Texas, here comes more flooding. Top dog, again, there is no high confidence. All right. How wide is a storm? So the eye right now is about 14, maybe 15 nautical miles, 14 miles across. It's about. Can't believe it. We have a lot to track, boy. It's 43 degrees now, the eye temperature. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it is cooling down a little bit. But the Eyewall replacement cycle has completed. Pretty much at this point, it's getting there. All right, man, it's been 6 hours and 15 minutes. If you guys like the stream, hit the like button. I'm going to head off here. I'm being dead serious. 5 minutes. I'm cutting it off. 5 minutes. It's been a long day. I've done a lot of live streaming. I know you guys are excited. That's good. I will try my best at going live again tomorrow. I will go live tomorrow. Probably at around about 12 o'clock, my time. That's going to be about 3 or 4 p.m. your guys' time. We will go live on Beryl again tomorrow. Because at that point, it is actually going to be... Because it's going to be another update on people downstream of how this is going to all evolve. Okay. Please, sorry, Kenneth. Please answer. How does it look for Grenada? So for Grenada, down here, you are likely to see near hurricane force winds. We look at different models, buddy. Well, if you want to look at the HAVS-B, you are getting hurricane force winds. If you look at the H-Wharf model, it's a different story. Which means there is some slight uncertainty of very slight, subtle uncertainties on exactly how your winds are going to pan out. But if we look at the HAVS-B run, that's a very intense hurricane, which I do not think that's... Well, it could happen, though, given what we're seeing right now. This is what we're seeing right now at the moment, and then it could intensify a little bit more. So that means, yeah, Grenada could have hurricane force winds. How is it for St. Lucia? So St. Lucia, you're going to have tropical storm force winds tomorrow with very heavy rainfall and some flood concerns with outer banding. Can we see live satellite imagery of this? Yes. Man, no living. Oh gosh, yeah, this is really firing up now. This eye is getting a little colder surrounding it. We're now up to negative 90-degree cloud tops. Wow, this is insane. CVG. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, please, are probably saying. Referring to that. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, these islands, are going to be severely impacted. It's July 1st? Yes, it's July 1st for your guys' area. Isn't that crazy? It's July 1st there, but it's not July 1st here. Oh, yeah, this is definitely strengthening. I think we're seeing the beginnings of intensification, folks. I think we're beginning to see the intensification on this. All right. 3 more questions. 3 more. Oh, someone said don't go. You're grabbing me, guys. If you want me to go all night, we're gonna have to. I'm not staying up all night. I'm not doing this. I mean, someone's gonna have to fill in for me to track this, and I don't think anyone's available. So we all gotta get sleep. We all gotta get sleep. How does it look for Trinidad? So for Trinidad, again, down here to the south, you're going to see tropical depression or tropical storm force winds again, given how heavy the rainfall is going to be. I mean, no moderators are on. David, ready for bed. I'm not really ready for bed. I mean, pull an all-nighter, David. Oh, gosh. I'm going to laugh at you guys. I'm seriously going to laugh at you guys. I'm literally going to laugh at you guys. I'm being serious about this. David, please stay with us through this. It's scary. Well, then let me see if I can get someone on. Let me see if I can get someone on, but I cannot guarantee it. I cannot guarantee it right now. Give it 1 more hour, David. All right. All right. Let's do this. I'm not tired, but sitting in a chair for 6 hours, 6.5 hours. Yeah, it's like sitting in a car for 6.5 hours without stopping. Yeah. And it's very warm up here. I mean, if you don't believe me, the ceiling is 90 degrees. And inside the room, it's 86 degrees. It's warm up here. You can see me sweating. It's warm. Actually, I'm just going to stand up. I hope the cords, I don't pull any cords. If I pull any cords, it's going to be bad. There we go. Man, it is so warm up here. You guys should be here feeling this. Wow. You can feel the inversion. It's so hot. So hot. The heat is coming off the ceiling. Wow. That is so hot. That is absolutely blazing. That's incredible. We got our little mini inversion going on in the room here. My AC's on. It's on. David, we are there in spirit. You don't have an AC. Yes, I do. If you guys really want me to stay live all night, I do not have it set up in that situation. Well, I could have some music in the background. Well, I don't know. I do need to get rest. Yes, we're experiencing a heat. We are experiencing a heat wave, Laureen. If you think 95 degrees is hot, well, have you been in temperatures of 115 degrees? All night stream, let's go. See, I'm not going to even do a poll because I know 95% of you are going to say stay live all night, stay live all night. 909, make a wish. 909 what? Oh yeah, 109 degrees. Oh no, that's not even a temperature. 110 here in Texas before. Okay, we've experienced that. 115 all the time here in Las Vegas and Phoenix. Well, that's at least better than Death Valley. That's better, a lot better than Death Valley. Sleep, brother. See, even some of the loyals over here. Everyone's pretty much loyal here, but I mean, the people like Justin Wilson is even saying, sleep, brother. David, it's your choice. We will be there. We will be here tomorrow. Yes, see, there's always tomorrow. I understand, you guys. I totally understand. You guys love me so much that you want me to stay live, but the weatherman over here in his office has got to get some sleep. Because if I don't get sleep, because my thing here is if the stream runs all night, I don't sleep well. I do not sleep well. And with it being 104 degrees tomorrow, 104 degrees, yeah. And I get to work out in that. I'm not going to do well. I am not going to do well. I mean, if this was a real job, I could get in trouble because I didn't have a lunch, IR loop, please. Yeah, I'm stuck on one image. I'm sorry. Let's go over to this. Let's take off the missions. So that's what we're looking at. Wow, look at that. Look at those cloud tops. Look at to the south there. Really explosive. Really. It is what I call, it's called the Ashton Hurricane. No, I'm just kidding. Or it is called the Justin Wilson Storm Hurricane. Is the eye getting smaller? It looks like it. But it has completed that eyewall replacement cycle. Very lopsided, though. That looks so lopsided. That looks... Oh, there's a new burst. I don't think that eyewall replacement cycle has quite finished yet. It's getting there. It has the looks of it being done. Oh yeah, look at that deep convection blowing up on the southern side. All right, microwave image has come out, you guys. I looked at that already. And then I'm done. I'm gonna head off, I think. There's tomorrow, okay? That's a good thing. You guys like my streams. That's what I like to hear. And there's tomorrow. Well, today for you guys in Trinidad and Tobago and some of those other islands. Tomorrow for us living in the Central Time Zone and Western Time Zone. I love you guys a lot. And I promise that. I absolutely promise that. But the weatherman's got to get some sleep. I mean, if I asked you guys want to stay up all night and stream, you would probably get tired. And I don't want to fall asleep in a chair in front of the camera, because then that can cause a lot of other problems. Am I correct? So, we do not have any satellite or any microwave other than the GMI passage from earlier, which did indicate an outer eye wall was forming, but that has since completed. This is for when radar is not available, and this is for when radar is available. So we're looking at it in real time right now. All right, you guys. I love you guys. Please subscribe to the channel for latest updates. Hit the bell notification icon. I love you guys. To the Lord Almighty Jesus Christ. And oops, sorry, I hit the mic. And I will be back with you guys more tomorrow with another live update on major hurricane, because it's a major hurricane, definitely, on Beryl. Because just because it passes the islands, we have other areas that are in line for this, and that is Jamaica. We really got to keep an eye on Jamaica, the Yucatan, the Grand Cayman Islands. That's my concern ahead. Please be safe, folks, on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you are on Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, if you are on St. Vincent, as well as St. Lucia, Grenada, and even the islands up here, some of these thunderstorms could be intense. Please listen and follow your local officials for the latest information. Newscasts, I'm sure, are on all night on this, and so please make sure you're following along. I am so sorry I've got to end this. I got to get something to eat. I have not ate at all since lunch, and I'm pretty hungry. So thank you all for tuning in to tonight's live update and discussion, including live coverage on Hurricane Beryl for June the 30th, 2024, reporting live in California. I will talk to you again tomorrow. Share, like, and subscribe, and turn on all notifications.